Chapter 724. While Elder Kenzo was stunned, Long Fei remained calm. Master, this disciple never fights uncertain battles. You know that, Long Fei intoned. Why do you control the lust-bite energy? Elder Kenzo retorted. Because this disciple only used a year to break through to the 7th level. As long as Master unseals this disciple will definitely be able to control this energy within a month. Long Fei was confident enough that he wouldn't have come otherwise. It's too risky. Elder Kenzo stared into his eyes and reminded him, you should know that a single misstep during this month could cost you your life. That's why this disciple is willing to accept punishment even though he didn't do anything wrong. Cultivating in the Abstinence Courtyard's Abstinence Hall is safer than cultivating on Celestial Mountain. At the very least, it can dispel Song Qiuzi's suspicions. Long Fei had yielded in the kidnapping of Grand Concubine, not only because he trusted Elder Kenzo, but also because he had other plans. Elder Kenzo suddenly realized. It looks like you came prepared. This disciple is like Master. I don't want Kenzo to fall into internal strife or the martial arts circles. I only want to get rid of Song Qiuzi. Long Fei paused, then said, the lust-bite energy belongs to the East Qin Imperial clan. This disciple needs it. Elder Kenzo didn't care about the state of affairs in Cloud Realm Continent's Imperial Court, but he knew that Long Fei's words meant that he was prepared to restore the country. The martial arts circles might not be the main force, but they were a powerful aid. At the very least, they couldn't be a hindrance. Duanmu Yao's use of the martial arts circles to make things difficult for Ning Cheng was a perfect example. Taking over the City of Daughters wasn't just for revenge, but also to reward Han Yunxi. It was also Long Fei's first step in intimidating the martial arts circles. Once Long Fei took first place in the Celestial Mountain ranking matches, who in the martial arts circles wouldn't bow their heads to him or give way to him. Elder Kenzo fell silent for a long time before he spoke. Fei, this energy belongs to your East Qin Imperial clan. If you want to unseal it, Master has no right to stop you. But Master will remind you that if you can't control the lust-bite energy, the consequences won't be as simple as qi deviation. Perhaps you'll pay with your life. The lust-bite seal belonged to the East Qin Imperial clan, but Long Fei was the only one who'd ever used it. Even the Sword Sect Master wasn't sure what would happen if he suffered a backlash from the lust-bite energy. Your disciple has already thought things through, Long Fei said seriously. We can delay the matter with the Abstinence Courtyard for another day. You can reconsider, the Sword Sect Master advised. Elder Kenzo S, right? The old Kenzo S. The Sword Sect Master didn't try to persuade him any further. He knew his disciple too well. Once he decided on something, he would never change his mind, nor would he regret it. All right, Master promises you. Elder Kenzo said. You mustn't let down Celestial Mountain or your Imperial Mother. Celestial Mountain needed Long Fei to stabilize it, just as East Qin needed Long Fei to restore its empire. The burden on his shoulders was heavy. I won't let down Han Yunxi either. Long Fei kept these words to himself. Then he turned to Elder Kenzo and said, Master, please keep the lust-bite seal a secret from Yunxi. Elder Kenzo quickly realized something was off. She still doesn't know your identity? Long Fei admitted. Why hide it from hers? Elder Kenzo was no fool. There had to be something fishy going on here. Han Yunxi wasn't a woman Long Fei kept by his side for show. She was his favorite Wang Fei, but she didn't know about Long Fei's identity. She was Long Fei's closest confidant, but she didn't know about Long Fei's origins.
Why?
Long Fei thought for a long time before replying to Elder Kenzo. Private matters, so I have no right to ask? Elder Kenzo smiled wryly. Even his beloved Yao didn't dare to answer him like this, but Long Fei did. Yao often flattered and curried favor with him, while Long Fei often disobeyed, contradicted, and wasn't polite. Sometimes, even Elder Kenzo couldn't tell who he favored more. Elder Kenzo didn't ask any more questions. Cold, he said, you brought her up Celestial Mountain. Look after her yourself. This Grandmaster won't take responsibility if she gets lost. Understood. Then I will wait for you at the commandment courtyard. Long Fei Yi wanted to leave, but Elder Kenzo stopped him. What's the rush? This Grandmaster still has something to tell you. Master, I already have enough things to do. Long Fei Yi rejected him directly. You don't have to worry about this. Elder Kenzo was unhappy. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, but Elder Kenzo tapped his chair to signal him to sit down. Long Fei Yi didn't sit down. Master, please tell me what you want to say. Yao Yao and you are. Before Elder Kenzo could finish his sentence, Long Fei Yi interrupted him. Let her recuperate first. We can talk about other things after she recovers. It was obvious that Long Fei Yi knew what Elder Kenzo wanted to say. If it was in the past, Long Fei Yi wouldn't waste his breath and would have left long ago. But now, he had to stay on Celestial Mountain for a while, and he had a favor to ask of his master. More importantly, Han Yunshi was also on Celestial Mountain. He could only stall for time. Elder Kenzo nodded. That's fine. Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed. Since his master had agreed, it meant that he had the confidence to save Duanmu Yao. If Duanmu Yao's Dantian could be saved, then Gu Beiwei could also be saved. After all, Gu Beiwei's situation was much better than Duanmu Yao's, since he could still use his Jinqi. Long Fei Yi didn't ask any more questions. After leaving, he didn't immediately look for Han Yunshi. Instead, he instructed a few of his confidants to keep a close eye on Duanmu Yao's every move. Elder Kenzo couldn't be followed, but Duanmu Yao could. If they kept a close eye on her, they wouldn't have to worry about not knowing how their master was going to save her. When Long Fei Yi returned to First Hall, he saw Han Yunshi leaning against a pillar with her arms crossed, staring blankly at the sky. This woman didn't have the slightest bit of defense. He'd already walked up behind her, but she hadn't even noticed. What are you thinking about? Long Fei Yi asked mildly. Han Yunshi jumped in fright. She was about to turn around when Long Fei Yi hugged her from behind. What are you thinking about? Tell me. I'm thinking about you. Han Yunshi was very honest. Let's go. We're going to the abstinence courtyard. Long Fei Yi hugged her waist and flew her down the mountain. Just what's going on? Song Qiuzi's power is so great that even your master fears him? Han Yunshi didn't understand. Long Fei Yi explained the situation to her while Han Yunshi laughed disdainfully. So it's Elder Kenzo who lost the people's hearts. Serves him right. Duanmu Yao didn't tattle on us again, right? Han Yunshi was more concerned about this. Master knows very well. Don't bring this up again, Long Fei Yi said mildly. All right, the big picture is more important. Han Yunshi didn't want to get tangled up with Duanmu Yao. In any case, the girl had suffered a lot in the past. I'll borrow the abstinence courtyard to cultivate in seclusion for a month. Be good and stay with Granny, all right? Long Fei Yi asked. Long Fei Yi had only said he was going to cultivate and prepare for the ranking matches. He hadn't mentioned the lust bite seal. Han Yunshi nodded without hesitation. As long as you don't chase me off the mountain, I'm willing to stay with anyone. Long Fei Yi looked at her dotingly and helplessly. I trust Granny Yu's character. Before I come out, don't leave the abstinence courtyard. If he kept Han Yunshi by his side, he wouldn't be able to calm his heart enough to control the lust bite energy. If he left her at Ninexian Palace, Duanmu Yao would definitely cause trouble. Master's condition was unstable, so he couldn't stop worrying. Only the abstinence courtyard had Granny Yu's sense of propriety. She wouldn't cause trouble for Han Yunshi for no reason, while Duanmu Yao and Song Qiuzi feared the abstinence courtyard. Even if they did, Granny Yu wouldn't sit idly by. I won't go anywhere. I'll just wait by your door every day and guard it. Han Yunshi teased. Really? Long Fei Yi asked. Of course. Han Yunshi was certain. Then your lordship will never come out. I want you to guard me for the rest of your life. Long Fei Yi grinned. Han Yunshi had no idea when Long Fei Yi had become so fond of joking. She grinned back. If you don't come out after a month, I'll go down the mountain. I will leave Tianshan Mountain and never come back. Long Fei Yi hugged her tightly as they landed on the roof of Celestial Sword's main hall. He looked straight into Han Yunxi's eyes. Han Yunxi, why didn't your lordship realize you were so heartless before? If you're not heartless, I won't be either. If you're heartless enough to abandon me, then I'll be heartless enough to abandon you, Han Yunxi replied seriously. These words were meant to give Long Feiyi a heads up. She was still worried that he'd send her off the mountain if he couldn't leave before mid-autumn. Long Feiyi was satisfied with her helplessness and doting. In the end, he cupped her head and buried it in his chest. He sighed softly, his voice very soft. You're the only person your lordship can't be heartless with. When they reached the abstinence courtyard, Granny Yu personally came to greet them. She was going to take Long Feiyi to the abstinence hall, but Long Feiyi said, "Wait a moment. Shall we wait for my master to come along? The sect head is coming in person?" Granny Yu was surprised. Master was in closed-door cultivation during your lordship's wedding. Now that Yunxi's here, I should invite Master to drink a cup of tea, Long Feiyi intoned. He was going to formally introduce Han Yunxi to Elder Kenzo. Although they'd already met, that and Long Fei's formal introduction were two completely different things. If Long Feiyi hadn't mentioned it, Han Yunxi would have forgotten that Long Feiyi was bringing her here to meet his parents. Granny Yu looked at Han Yunxi from head to toe as she recalled the rumors circulating outside. Those rumors weren't without reason. Although Han Yunxi didn't know martial arts, she really couldn't be provoked. Then let's go to the tea house. It's been so long since I drank Fei's tea that I really miss it, Granny Yu smiled. As they walked, Granny Yu probed, Yunxi, why don't you practice martial arts? A few years ago, Long Feiyi had declared Han Yunxi to be a waste who couldn't cultivate internal energy. Although she couldn't practice martial arts, she was too embarrassed to answer such a question on celestial mountain grounds. Long Feiyi only pretended not to hear and didn't reply. But then Granny Yu added, Fei will be punished for a month. Yunxi, since you have nothing to do, why don't this old woman arrange for a disciple to teach you martial arts? The abstinence courtyard has already used up its quota for accepting disciples this year, right? Long Feiyi asked. Granny Yu smiled. My abstinence courtyard doesn't have the good fortune to accept Qin Wangfei as a disciple. I'm only worried that she'll be bored and want to relieve her boredom. Many thanks for Granny Yu's kind intentions, but Yunxi won't be bored. Yunxi has plenty of things to do. Han Yunxi hastened to smooth things over. It was already shameful enough that she didn't know martial arts. What if Granny Yu found out that she was a martial arts trash? Chapter 725. Granny Yu suspected that Han Yunxi was a martial arts trash. She was just curious and wanted to confirm her suspicions, not humiliate Han Yunxi. Seeing Han Yunxi refuse, Granny Yu didn't press the issue. Auntie Yu, please. Long Feiyi poured her a cup of tea. Your master didn't punish you for what happened between you and Yao Yao, right? Granny Yu probed. Based on her understanding of Tsang Qiuzi, things couldn't be that simple. Even if Tsang Qiuzi wasn't in cahoots with Duanmu Yao, he wouldn't be so kind as to save her for nothing. She was in the wrong in the first place, so there's no reason to punish me. Long Feiyi changed the subject. Auntie Yu, I have a favor to ask of you. You're too polite. What is it? Speak freely. Granny Yu's heart gave a start. This guy actually knows how to ask for favors? Can Yunxi stay with me at the abstinence hall for a month while I'm being punished? Long Feiyi asked tactfully. Granny Yu didn't reply immediately. She knew that this was a heavy responsibility. If Han Yunxi stayed at the abstinence hall for a month, the abstinence hall would have to guarantee her safety. Tsang Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao would definitely seize the chance to cause trouble for Han Yunxi. In other words, Long Feiyi was asking the abstinence hall to help him deal with Tsang Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao. As long as she stayed at the abstinence hall, Granny Yu had ways to protect her. But she wanted to know what Long Feiyi was planning this time on Celestial Mountain. If he could kill Cloud Realm Continent's 5th-ranked expert Lady Ling Yu in 3 moves, his martial arts had to be superior to her and the other 2 elders. But how far was he from Tsang Qiuzi's level? Fei, be honest with me. How long are you planning to stay this time? Granny Yu probed. The abstinence hall never got involved in conflicts between factions, so it was impossible to rope them in. But Long Fei trusted that Granny Yu would be willing to help if it was for the sake of eliminating Song Qiuzi and his ilk. Over the years, Song Qiuzi had pretended to obey orders while secretly opposing them. His hand covered the sky and violated sect rules multiple times. If Granny Yu had enough evidence, would she have allowed him to run rampant for so long? After the ranking tournament and the Heavenly Sword Conference, Long Fei replied, these two events would directly affect the strength of the factions on Tianshan Mountain. It was equivalent to a chance for the various factions to reshuffle their cards. Granny Yu had an idea of what was going on. She replied resolutely, all right. As long as she doesn't sneak out on her own, this old woman will guarantee her safety. Long Fei clasped his hands and bowed. Many thanks. Han Yunxi sat at the side, glancing at Long Fei and then at Granny Yu. Somehow, she felt like she had caused trouble for them. She was depressed. Why was she a martial arts trash? After chatting for a while, Kenzo's old man came over. As soon as he entered, Granny Yu and Long Fei rose to pay their respects. Han Yunxi did the same. Kenzo's old man didn't spare her a glance, but simply said to Granny Yu, go to the abstinence hall. This esteemed one will follow him in and give him a few words. Once inside, no one was allowed to leave until their sentence was complete. Nor were they allowed any visitors. Kenzo's old man had come personally to undo Long Fei's lust-bite seal. If not for this, he would have been busy trying to save Duan Muyao by now. Granny Yu wasn't sure of the details, but she knew that Kenzo's old man had more than a few words to say. Perhaps the sect leader would deal with Long Fei once he returned. Granny Yu didn't ask any questions, but silently made up her mind. No matter what, she wouldn't allow anyone to disturb Long Fei this month, much less target Han Yunxi. Of course we have to go to the abstinence hall. But, senior brother, the two of them have been waiting for you for ages. They're inviting you to tea. Granny Yu smiled. Kenzo's old man didn't understand, so he shot Long Fei a questioning look. Breaking the lust-bite seal tonight was no trifling matter, so where did this brat find the time to waste his time drinking tea? He assumed that the brat had long settled Han Yunxi down and was waiting for him at the abstinence hall. Master, disciple brought Yunxi up the mountain this time just to offer you tea. Master was in closed-door cultivation during the wedding, so I'm here to make up for your absence. As Long Fei spoke, he personally poured a cup of tea for Han Yunxi. Please, master, have some tea? In other words, he wanted Han Yunxi to address Kenzo's old man as master. Han Yunxi accepted the cup and strode towards Kenzo's old man. But Kenzo's old man didn't say a word. Still, he refused to look at Han Yunxi, but stared cold at Long Fei. It was obvious that the sudden tea offering had made him very unhappy. Still, this wasn't unexpected. Han Yunxi was Long Fei's official consort, so it was only right and proper for her to offer tea to her master. Could it be that Kenzo's old man had other thoughts about his official consort? In Cloud Realm Continent's wedding customs, offering tea was a very important etiquette. It was a sign of the elders' acceptance of the newlyweds. Only the official wife and official consort had the right to offer tea to the elders. Concubines and secondary consorts didn't even need to be welcomed into the house, much less offer tea. A sedan chair could be carried in through the side doors. Long Fei brought Han Yunxi to see Kenzo's old man to meet the parents, but also for the old man to acknowledge Han Yunxi's status. To put it bluntly, he wanted to tell the old man to stop shoving Han Yunxi into his hands. In the silence of the room, Han Yunxi walked step by step towards Kenzo's old man, tea in hand. Kenzo's old man and Long Fei stared at each other. This was the first time master and disciple had been so hostile towards each other. Granny Yu, on the other hand, was looking at Han Yunxi with amusement. Han Yunxi took note of Kenzo's reaction. She had always known that the old man wanted to play matchmaker with Long Fei, but only when it came to offering tea did she truly understand the old man's intentions. As it turned out, the old man still refused to acknowledge her status, as the Duke of Qin's official consort. He even wanted Duanmu Yao to take the position. Han Yunxi's lips quirked up into a cold smile. Forget about being the official consort. Duanmu Yao shouldn't even dream of becoming a secondary consort or a servant girl. Her steps grew firmer and more forceful. Perhaps Kenzo's old man would refuse her in front of everyone. Perhaps he wouldn't even refuse her and would simply leave. Perhaps she'd be embarrassed. But she had to offer this cup of tea no matter what. She wasn't forcing Kenzo's old man to acknowledge her status. Instead, she was making her status clear to him. Han Yunxi walked in front of Kenzo's old man and knelt down without hesitation, saying loudly, "The Duke of Qin's official consort, Han Yunxi, invites master to drink tea." Kenzo's old man was unmoved. He continued to stare at Long Feiyi. Only the master and disciple knew how much conflict was hidden in their gazes. "Master, please drink tea." Han Yunxi invited again. Kenzo's old man still ignored her, and the room was eerily silent. "Master, please drink tea." Han Yunxi begged a third time, but the old man still ignored her. Long Feiyi's gaze turned cold. Kenzo's old man narrowed his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Even Granny Yu, who was watching from the side, was a little nervous. Kenzo's old man rarely got angry, but once he did, the consequences were unimaginable. Han Yunxi might even be chased off Tianshan Mountain. Unexpectedly, Han Yunxi suddenly stood up and placed the cup of tea on the low table next to Kenzo's old man. She bowed slightly and walked back to Long Feiyi's side. This, Kenzo's old man was clearly stunned. He finally looked at Han Yunxi. Granny Yu almost laughed out loud. She could tell that Han Yunxi was a stubborn person. She wouldn't cry or beg. She thought that Han Yunxi would kneel and refuse to get up. But who knew that after the third time, this girl would put the tea aside and refuse to kneel? What was the meaning of this? Was she telling Kenzo's old man that she had already offered the tea and that he could drink it if he wanted, but if he didn't, then so be it? The sight of Han Yunxi standing by Long Fei's side with a calm expression suddenly made Granny Yu like the girl. She sighed inwardly in the letter. What a pity, what a pity. If only this girl wasn't a good-for-nothing. Kenzo's old man quickly recovered from his shock and picked up the cup of tea. To drink it or to return it, it was a matter of thought. Kenzo's old man held the cup of tea and didn't move for a long time. No one knew what he would do, but it was obvious that he had no intention of drinking it. "Master, if you don't drink this cup of tea, your disciple won't be at ease," Long Feiyi said. Granny Yu didn't understand this, and neither did Han Yunxi. Only the master and disciple duo knew that if Kenzo's old man didn't drink the tea, Long Feiyi wouldn't be at ease. Then he wouldn't be able to focus on his closed-door cultivation to control the lust-bite energy. That's right, Long Feiyi was threatening Kenzo's old man. Everyone said that a mother's status depended on her son. Actually, as long as the husband was strong enough and had you in his heart, you didn't need to use your child as a weapon. A wife's status depended on her husband. Han Yunxi only dared to offer the tea and set it aside because Long Feiyi was standing right behind her, supporting her. Kenzo's old man gripped the teacup so tightly that it almost shattered, but he still yielded in the end. Many years ago, he had forced Fei to promise to protect Yao Yao for the rest of her life, but the brat refused. That was the first time master and disciple had gotten into a fight. In the end, master and disciple both yielded a step, and Fei only promised to protect Yao Yao until she turned 18. The current Long Feiyi was no longer the Long Feiyi of the past, so he wouldn't yield again. Kenzo sighed to himself. Only now did he realize that his beloved disciple had grown up. Actually, he didn't want to break up Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi's hearts, but he loved Yao Yao too much and didn't want her to feel wronged. If Yao Yao became the first wife and Han Yunxi the concubine, that would be the best outcome. He had to admit that Han Yunxi's personality and intelligence far surpassed Yao Yao's. Unfortunately, she was useless at martial arts. At a time like this, Kenzo didn't want to stir up trouble. After all, Fei would one day become emperor, so Yao Yao would have a chance to become his empress. He downed his tea in one gulp and said coldly, "You don't even know martial arts, so you can call him honored master like the other disciples." In other words, a useless trash like her didn't have the right to call him master, like Long Feiyi. Han Yunxi bowed gracefully. Yes, honored master. Honored master was far inferior to her master's father, but at least Kenzo had accepted her status by drinking the tea. Since she wasn't destined to be liked by Kenzo, Han Yunxi didn't want to get close to this honored master, nor did she want to curry favor with him, much less become his disciple. Trash was trash, so be it. She was still living well, overcoming all difficulties, slaying demons and eliminating devils. She had Long Feiyi and Lil Thing, so what did she have to fear? The tea could be considered a toast. Granny Yu led the way while Long Feiyi formally entered closed-door cultivation. Chapter 726. There were a total of 49 rooms in the abstinence courtyard, each with its own courtyard. They were divided into two sections, a light room and a dark room. The light rooms were no different from ordinary rooms, while the dark rooms were stone chambers and secret rooms. If it was a minor offense, the offender would be confined to the light rooms and forbidden from leaving to concentrate on sword practice. If it was a serious offense, the offender would be imprisoned in the dark rooms until his sentence was over. No one was allowed to visit him while he was serving his sentence. Long Feiyi's punishment was to face the wall and reflect on his misdeeds, which was equivalent to being imprisoned in the dark rooms. Old Kenzo had come in secret to give Long Feiyi a few words, but Granny Yu was well aware of the situation. She arranged for Long Feiyi to stay in the most secluded and safest abstinence courtyard. In front of Kenzo, Long Feiyi hugged Han Yunxi, as if no one else was around. He had spoken a lot on the way here. This was the first time Han Yunxi had heard him speak so much in a single day since they were together. He had told her everything that needed to be told, as well as things that didn't need to be told. But now, he just hugged her quietly, very quietly. Han Yunxi hadn't had a chance to speak the entire way here. She was about to speak up when Long Feiyi suddenly released her. "Wait for me." "I will." Han Yunxi agreed. When she saw that he was about to let go, she hastily added, "Wait, I have something else to tell you." Long Feiyi waited. Han Yunxi scooted closer to Long Feiyi's ear and told him the secret behind the needle she'd given to Song Chiozi. Long Feiyi nodded. "Excellent. Is there anything else?" he asked. Han Yunxi shook her head. He was about to release her when Han Yunxi stopped him again. "There's something else." He patiently pressed his ear closer to her and waited for her to speak. But this time, she couldn't say anything big. Actually, there was nothing much she could say. She just wanted him to hug her a little longer. Elder Kenzo and Granny Yu watched from the side. Granny Yu smiled silently at Elder Kenzo, but Elder Kenzo pretended not to see it. He looked out the door with a serious expression. Long Feiyi knew what Han Yunxi was thinking, but he still let her go. "Good girl, it's only for a month." Han Yunxi had always been free and easy, but for some reason, she didn't want to let go this time. Although she didn't want to think about it, she still let go. Suddenly, Long Feiyi lowered his head and captured her lips, kissing her deeply. He didn't linger, but decisively let go, and walked into the secret room without looking back. Han Yunxi wanted to follow, but Granny Yu stopped her. After old Kenzo entered, he closed the door behind him. Han Yunxi stared at the tightly shut stone door, feeling inexplicably flustered. She didn't know what to do, only feeling that the world had suddenly emptied out and that she was the only one left. She'd prepared herself long ago, but why did she feel so caught off guard? Ever since he took her away from the capital that night, the two of them hadn't parted at all. Actually, she had no idea that he'd been watching her from the shadows even in the capital. It could be said that they hadn't been apart for long after that night in the bridal chamber, when she cured his poison. But now they were separated by a single wall for a month. This was the first time in her life that Han Yunxi had experienced the torment of being so close, yet so far apart. He'd barely entered the room, but she was already having a hard time. She thought that she must love this man more than she had imagined. Elder Kenzo said he'd leave after a few words, but an entire hour passed with no sign of him. Granny Yu didn't rush him, but only told Han Yunxi, "You're here to receive punishment. Behave yourself and don't run around if there's nothing important." Understood. Many thanks, Granny Yu, Han Yunxi said seriously. Granny Yu didn't wait for Elder Kenzo, but turned to leave. Han Yunxi only knew that Elder Kenzo had gone in to assist Long Fei Yi in his cultivation. She didn't know anything else. She leaned against the stone door, trying to hear what was going on inside, but couldn't hear a thing. She wanted to calm her heart and seize the time to cultivate. She was still stuck at the first level of the poison storage space and couldn't break through to the second. Although they were on Celestial Mountain, various factions were stirring beneath the mountain, especially that mysterious poisons expert. He was hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. She was a martial arts trash, so her poison skills had to be even stronger. She had to be the strongest. Time always passed very quickly during cultivation. Han Yunxi sat cross-legged on the bamboo bed, trying her best to calm her heart. But instead of calming herself down, she accidentally summoned Lil Thing out of the room. Lil Thing had been nurturing its poison blood in the poison pond, so it was still in a daze when it was summoned. Like a ball, it rolled on the ground a few times before slamming into the door with a thump. Lil Thing crawled to its feet and rubbed its butt as it stared at the door in bewilderment. It didn't hurt after such a big bump. Lil Thing thought, "I must have put on some weight." It looked back at Mama Yunxi, then at the door. It was about to jump out when Han Yunxi called it back. "Come here. Don't run around." Lil Thing immediately scurried onto Han Yunxi's body and began to squeak nonstop. Han Yunxi didn't understand, so it used its nose to nudge Han Yunxi's white jade crystal bracelet, as if asking Han Yunxi, "Where's Papa Long? Why did he disappear?" "He's going into closed-door cultivation for a month, so we have to rely on each other for survival, understand? You're not allowed to run around or cause trouble. There's a lot of eyes on us." Han Yunxi pointed at the door to the secret room as she instructed in a low voice. Lil Thing didn't understand, but it knew Papa Long was inside. Neither the gentleman nor Papa Long was here. "Fine, I'll protect Mama Yunxi." Thus, Lil Thing nestled in Mama Yunxi's arms and began to struggle with the question. Should I protect Mama Yunxi for the gentleman or Papa Long? I should be protecting the gentleman, but Papa Long hasn't thrown me out the window in a long time. If Han Yunxi knew what Lil Thing was thinking, would she kick it off Celestial Mountain? Lil Thing's mission was to protect her, all right? Did it need to protect anyone else? One day later, old Kenzo emerged. As soon as the stone door opened, Lil Thing scurried out of Han Yunxi's arms like a gust of wind. It wanted to barge into the secret room, but old Kenzo simply waved a hand and sent it flying out the door. This time, Lil Thing was in a lot of pain from the impact, but it still gritted its teeth and charged in. Unfortunately, the door to the secret room was already shut. Mama Yunxi was blocked in front of the door by an old man with a head full of white hair. Lil Thing had no idea who the old man was, but it rushed over and tugged at Mama Yunxi's robes while scratching at the stone door. It was anxious. There was a faint scent of blood in the secret room, but it could still smell it. Papa Long must be in trouble. "Grandmaster, I'll just take a look," Han Yunxi begged. She didn't smell any blood, but she was worried about Lil Thing's restlessness. "If you don't want to be a burden to him, then stay put and guard this place," old Kenzo said bluntly. Han Yunxi retreated without a word, making Lil Thing even more anxious. It wanted to attack old Kenzo, but Han Yunxi caught it in time and held it in her arms. "Be good, he'll be fine. He's just in closed-door cultivation." Han Yunxi's comforting words calmed Lil Thing down. Old Kenzo glanced at Lil Thing curiously. "This is a spirit beast that Faye gifted me," Han Yunxi replied. Even in front of old Kenzo, she couldn't reveal her poison sect identity. Old Kenzo had seen plenty of spirit beasts before, so he didn't think much of Lil Thing. He simply turned to leave. Han Yunxi stared at the stone door for a while before shutting it behind her. She had Lil Thing stand guard by the door and tell her as soon as someone came in. She found a hidden spot to sit on the ground and begin to cultivate. She believed that Long Fei Yi would be even stronger after a month, so she had to get stronger as well. Old Kenzo left in secret, so Song Chiozi's spies had no way to track him down. Long Fei Yi went to Abstinence Hall yesterday. Han Yunxi is staying there as well, the spy reported. Song Chiozi had just finished stabbing needles into his fingernails and was in so much pain that his head was throbbing. After a while, he recovered and said cold, "Old man will definitely pay back this debt with interest." He'd sent Jun Isia's blood samples and poison needles, but had yet to receive a reply. Without a choice, he could only follow Han Yunxi's instructions and stab his fingernails with needles every now and then to ease the pain. Jun Isia still hadn't recovered, so Song Chiozi had sent multiple poison doctors to check up on him. All of them came to the same conclusion: his abdomen had been poisoned, but there was no cure. Aside from his abdomen, there were no other areas poisoned. As the pain in his abdomen subsided, Song Chiozi stopped pinning his hopes on Jun Isia. 3 days later, the poison in his abdomen was completely gone. He didn't feel any pain at all. Actually, Jun Isia hadn't received Song Chiozi's letter at all, because it had fallen into Bai Yanqing's hands. Jun Isia was still with the Wintergrow clan, plotting against Northern Li's crown prince and second imperial prince while communicating with the barbarians about the horse trade. He knew nothing of his master's actions during this time. All his thoughts were on the horses. As long as he could get his hands on them, Northern Li would be able to get involved in the war between the 3 countries. After staying in Northern Li for so long, he still hadn't stirred up any trouble between Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. His heart was itching for action. The grasslands in April were indescribably beautiful. Wild flowers dotted the fields like stars in the sky. Rather than grasslands, it was more appropriate to call this a field of flowers. The most beautiful part of the grasslands was none other than Flower Lake. Flower Lake was a lake filled with blooming flowers. Aquatic plants grew wildly on the surface of Four Moon Lake, causing large swaths of them to float in the air. Colorful flowers bloomed on the surface, stretching as far as the eye could see. Nothing could be more beautiful than a fairyland in the human world. Bai Yanqing sat in a skiff and fished in Flower Lake. Soon enough, he caught a fish that was black all over. It was obvious that the fish had been poisoned to death as soon as it took the bait. Bai Yuqiao was alarmed by the sight, but not by the fish, but by the hook. It was obviously made from the needles Song Chiozi had sent to senior brother. As for whether master had poisoned the fish, or the needles themselves, Bai Yuqiao had no idea. She stared hatefully, knowing that master wasn't planning to tell senior brother about Song Chiozi's letter. Recently, master hadn't paid much attention to the martial arts circles. He didn't even care about Lady Lungyu's death. He was focused on the war between the 3 countries and the South Central region's commander-in-chief's estate. Just what was he planning? Chapter 727. Bai Yuqiao couldn't fathom her master's thoughts, but she didn't dare to ask. She only hoped that her senior brother would hurry back. Even if he returned to master's side, he might not notice anything. But there was always a chance. If he was far away in Wintercrow country, he'd have to help master count the money even if he was sold. Soon enough, a hawk circled overhead a few times before swooping down to land on Bai Yanqing's arm. Bai Yanqing took off the slip of paper tied to the hawk's leg and glanced at it before tossing it into the lake. Bai Yuqiao recognized all the hawks that delivered letters to her master, but she'd never seen this one before. That meant she had no idea where the letter came from. It was unclear what was written on the paper, but Bai Yanqing kept fishing expressionlessly. A full 2 hours passed before he finally spoke. What do you think of Long Fei Yi? Besides master, no one can compare to him. Bai Yuqiao was doubtful. Could it be that the letter had something to do with Long Fei Yi? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were currently on Celestial Mountain. Could that hawk have come from there as well? Song Chiozi only knew her senior brother, not master. That meant the two had no dealings at all. Could it be that he had dealings with other people on Celestial Mountain? Or perhaps master had planted spies on the mountain. Your master can't compare to him either. Bai Yanqing chuckled. He can't compare to master. Master has a noble status, unparalleled martial arts, and superb poison skills. Long Fei can't compare to you in any of these aspects. Bai Yuqiao wasn't trying to curry favor. In terms of birth, Master was a descendant of the 7 noble families, far more noble than any other member of the imperial clan. Moreover, Master had long found out from Grand Concubine Yi that Long Fei Yi was only adopted and didn't have the blood of Tianning's imperial clan. In terms of martial arts, only Tianshan Kenzo could compare to Master in the current martial arts circles. Master only kept a low profile, which was why he wasn't listed on the rankings of Cloud Realm Continent's experts. In terms of poison skills, Long Fei Yi couldn't compare at all. Little girl, you don't know any better. Don't speak nonsense, Bai Yanqing chuckled kindly. He was probably the only one who could understand the meaning behind his words. In any case, Bai Yuqiao was confused. Bai Yanqing had the time to fish, but most of Cloud Realm Continent's forces were busy. The 3 kingdoms was at war, so he had to deal with the Tian and country as well. He was so busy every day that he didn't even have a foot on the ground. Win S Long's, Emperor's to take, S's troops went to reclaim. Although Emperor Kong Cheng didn't trust the Chu clan troops as much as before, he had no choice but to do so at a time like this. Only the Chu clan troops could resist the Ning clan troops. On the other hand, General Mu didn't make a personal appearance in the Tian country. Instead, he remained in the Tian capital to assist Long Tianma. Young General Mu Qingwu personally led the Mu family troops into battle and won multiple victories. They even took over one of Tianning's major cities. The Chu clan army, the Mu clan army, and the Ning clan army, these 3 armies had worked together many times over the years to deal with the northernly cavalry, but now they were killing each other. They understood each other all too well. If it was a free-for-all between the 3 armies, Ning Cheng would never lose. But the Chu clan troops and General Mu had joined forces to attack the Ning clan troops from the east and west. Moreover, Tianning's internal strife was still ongoing, so there were many who sought refuge with the Tian country. Ning Cheng could be said to be besieged on all sides, but the Chu and Mu family troops admired him for holding out for so long. Despite their admiration, the Chu clan troops and General Mu didn't relax in the slightest. Their supplies were limited, so they had to end the battle quickly. Food was the most important thing to the people, and even more so to the armies. Without grain, even the bravest of warriors couldn't fight on the battlefield. Western Zhou's agriculture wasn't developed to begin with. They had to purchase grain every year, and their internal strife had long left their national treasury with little grain. On the other hand, Tian's agriculture was well developed, but many conscriptions over the years had left much of the farmland barren. It was likely that they'd have even less grain to hand over this autumn. On the other hand, Tianning had the support of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, so their grain wasn't as big of a problem as Western Zhou and Tianan. Thus, Western Zhou and Tian wanted to end the battle quickly and focus on offense, while Tianning wanted to prolong the war and focus on defense. Actually, it wasn't just a matter of grain. War was a matter of moving one hair and affecting the whole body. Neither Western Zhou nor Tianning could afford to waste a single battle. In the imperial study of Western Liang's imperial palace, Ning Cheng was casually leaning against the back of his chair with one leg crossed over the other. His left hand rested on the armrest, looking lofty and domineering. Even though the Ning clan troops had suffered multiple defeats, his expression didn't betray any of the dejection or disappointment of a loser. "When will the last batch of red-coat cannons arrive?" he asked the black-robed servant, his gaze as arrogant as ever. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had already provided 2 batches of red-coat cannons to Tianning. Ning Cheng had used them all on the Eastern Front to defend against General Mu's attacks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold onto Western Liang's capital with his limited military strength. "Master, those redcoats are still locked up at Three-Way Black Market. They haven't been sent out yet," the servant replied honestly. Ning Cheng's gaze turned cold. "Who locked them up?" "The Council of Elders." Ning strode in. "Unless there's no other choice, those redcoat cannons can't be used." Only then will there be no other choice. Ning Chung retorted coldly. He'd led troops into battle for so many years, but when had he ever felt so stifled? Now he was being attacked from two sides. All he could do was defend, not attack. It was not his style to only defend and not attack. Northern Li is a vicious wolf. You never know when it'll open its mouth to bite, Ning said seriously. The 2 red coat cannons they'd sent out earlier weren't a lot, but the ones hidden at the 3-way battlefield weren't small in number. Even now, no one knew where they were. They were Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's final bargaining chip, as well as the Ning clan troops. They were meant to guard against Northern Li. If Ning Chung used those weapons now, Tianing country would be the first to bear the brunt of Northern Li's attack as soon as they moved south. When that happened, Tianing would be besieged from all sides and the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the commander-in-chief's estate in the south would be eyeing them covetously as well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Northern Li doesn't have any battle horses, so how can they move? As long as your lordship has a month's time, I'll definitely be able to take down Western Zhou. Ning Chung wasn't being arrogant, but he had enough capital to back his words. He was certain that Northern Li wouldn't be able to gather enough battle horses within a month. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to put them into battle immediately. Horses and cavalry needed time to get used to each other. Within this month, he could deploy all the red coat cannons on the eastern front to pin down the Mu family troops. Then he could focus on dealing with the Chu clan troops. Even if he could take down Western Zhou within a month, he'd be able to destroy the Chu clan troops. Once that happened, Western Zhou would no longer be a threat. No, you can't take that risk. Ning wouldn't budge an inch. The Council of Elders has already issued a ban. No one is allowed to touch those weapons. The D clan's Council of Elders didn't have the power to control the other clans, but they did have the power to control Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's resources. Cowardly old thing, you'll never amount to anything. Ning Cheng's handsome face was frighteningly dark. If not for the fact that the situation was dire, his personality would have disbanded the Council of Elders long ago. Ningen was about to speak when a rush of wind came from outside the door. Ning Chung immediately rose from his high chair, but at the same time, a sharp arrow whistled through the air to strike the back of the chair. Someone come. Ning was alarmed. He recognized the arrow as a Chu clan arrow. Black-robed guards quickly appeared, but Ning Chung retreated with a huff. Chu Chinga rushed in with an ebony bow at her hands, her expression stern. It was obvious that the arrow just then had come from her hands. Ning Chung, I never thought you'd be so lowly and shameless. Chu Chinga cursed. You went back on your word and bullied a helpless woman like me. Are you still a man? Give me back my witch aunt. Ever since her premature labor had been exposed, Chu Chinga had been enduring all sorts of rumors and slanders. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. In the end, she simply stopped listening to or caring about anything. Besides asking Ning Chung about Han Yunxi's condition every day, she spent most of her time hiding in the imperial harem. Unexpectedly, Ning had sent assassins to assassinate her. She and Witch Aunt had fought for an entire day and night. In the end, Witch Aunt had sacrificed herself to protect her. Besides Ning Chung, who else could have incited Ning to do such a thing? Besides Ning Chung, who else in the palace could have deployed so many experts? Ning Chung glanced at Chu Chinga before resting his gaze on Ning, and Chu Chinga assumed that he was going to push the blame onto Ning, so she said coldly, "A real man dares to take responsibility for his actions. Don't make me look down on you." But Ning Chung didn't push the blame away. Instead, he asked coldly, "Why is she still alive?" Chu Chinga sucked in a cold breath before drawing her bow. "Ning Chung, I'll kill you." Unfortunately, she wasn't as fast as Ning Chung. Before she could fire a full arrow, Ning Chung had already caught hold of the arrowhead. "You went back on your word, foul creature." Chu Chinga struggled, but couldn't move. Her archery skills were formidable, so Ning's assassins couldn't kill her. But against Ning Chung, she was helpless. "Your lordship agreed to give you Han Yunxi, but I didn't say I wouldn't kill you." Ning Cheng said before crushing the arrowhead to pieces. He hadn't intended to kill her, but this woman kept coming to ask him about Han Yunxi every day. It was too annoying. Chu Qingge was tongue-tied for a while before she cursed Ning Cheng. Scoundrel. She mocked herself in her heart. How could she have misjudged him? This man and Long Fei Yi were like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Ning Cheng dodged the arrow and used it as a sword to stab at Chu Qingge. Chu Qingge used her sandalwood bow to block, but Ning Cheng's move was only a feint. While she was blocking, he viciously kicked her in the stomach. Chu Qingge flew out of the room and crashed heavily against the door. Ning Cheng looked at her disdainfully. Your lordship doesn't kill women. You deal with it yourself. He was in a fit of anger, so Chu Qingge was simply seeking death by barging in. Without a word, Chu Qingge crawled to her feet and prepared to flee. Unfortunately, the door was already filled with guards. Chu Qingge gripped the bow in her hands as she hesitated. If she used the driving arrow arts, she might be able to escape, but where would she go? Who would help her deal with Han Yunxi? Seeing the guards surround her, Chu Qingge finally turned to face Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng, tell me, are there any survivors of the Shadow Clan? Chu Qingge knew nothing about the Nether and Shadow Clans, but Witch Ant had told her everything before she died. Witch Ant said that even if she was a traitor to the Nether Clan, she couldn't die in vain at the hands of the D Clan. Witch Ant said that this secret could threaten Ning Cheng and save her life. Chapter 728. The Shadow Clan. Ning Cheng never expected Chu Qingge to bring that up. The Shadow Clan was the Shadow Guard of Western Qin's imperial clan and the most loyal of the 7 noble families. Back then, Chu Yuni had told him the secret of the Phoenix birthmark and offered to cooperate with him. He'd asked the Shadow Clan about it, but Chu Yuni hadn't said a word. Now it looked like Chu Yuni had lied to him. Now the Nether Clan had exposed the secrets of the 7 noble families, while only the Chu clan knew about the Ning clan secrets. Ning Cheng had been worried that Chu Tianyin would reveal the Ning clan secrets, but the man had been focused on the war after colluding with the Long Tianma. He'd forgotten about the Nether and D clans. Did the Nether clan's Chu clan know about the Shadow clan's whereabouts long ago, or did the Shadow clan's descendants seek them out of their own accord? What do you want to say? Ning Cheng asked coldly. What do I want to say? Chu Qingge laughed coldly. What I want to say depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll say more. If I'm in a bad mood, hee. Ning Cheng understood her meaning and immediately dismissed all the guards outside. Still, Chu Qingge didn't buy it. Ning Cheng's attitude told her that Witch Ant's words were right. The chips in her hands were enough to suppress Ning Cheng completely. She didn't know how Witch Ant had found out about these things, but she was certain that her father, uncle, and even big brother had kept many secrets from her. Thinking back, Chu Qingge realized that she really had been nothing more than a chess piece. Even Witch Ant, who doted on her, had passed away, which only strengthened her resolve. From now on, she would live for her own sake and for the sake of revenge. Having gained the upper hand, Chu Qingge calmed down and began to play with her fingernails in amusement. Slowly and deliberately, she said, Ning Cheng, our previous deal wasn't pleasant at all. Tell me, how should I continue working with you? Ning Cheng's eyes turned cold, but he endured it in the end. Of the 7 noble families, he only trusted the Shadow Clan. If the Shadow Clan was still alive, then Western Qin's imperial clan had to have a descendant left behind. No matter what, he had to find that person. Ning Cheng suddenly recalled the secret of the Phoenix birthmark. Did the descendants of the Shadow Clan know about this? Had the Shadow Clan been searching for the orphan of Western Qin's imperial family all these years, just like the fiends? How do you want to cooperate? Ning Cheng asked patiently. It's very simple. I'll tell you the secret the day you hand over Han Yunxi to me. Chu Qingge laughed out loud before she added, Of course, you can kill me too. That way, you won't have to wait any longer. Ning Cheng's hand, which had fallen into his sleeve, clenched so tightly that it made cracking sounds. However, his face was still as calm as before. Someone come, send the Empress Dowager back to the palace. Chu Chinga knew she was safe now. She turned around gracefully, raised her chin proudly, and strode away. Once Chu Chinga was gone, Ningen couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Big brother, there's finally news of the Shadow Clan. We'll immediately send someone to kidnap Han Yunqi. The D clan had been searching for their master for too long, too bitterly, and too lonely. Especially Ning Cheng, who was the head of the clan. He needed companions worthy of his trust, someone who would treat him with absolute sincerity and risk their lives for him. Han Yunqi's at Celestial Mountain. Are you going? Ning Cheng asked coldly. Celestial Mountain? Ningen was surprised. How did you know? Weren't Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi at the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate? When did they go there? Ning Cheng didn't answer her, but asked, Long Fei Yi just destroyed the City of Daughters not long ago. Say, who do you think we should send to kidnap them after they leave Celestial Mountain? Ningen was at a loss for words. It was impossible to kidnap someone from Long Fei Yi's hands unless they could separate the Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Go personally to three-way black market and repeat Chu Chinga's words to those old fogies. Tell them to give your lordship 1 month and return the red coat cannons in full. Once we've destroyed Western Zhou and Tianan, your lordship will lead troops south and force Long Fei Yi to hand over Han Yunqi. So Ning Cheng was saying that he was going to lead troops to kidnap a woman? Was that necessary? It's better to plan things out at length. As long as we can get Han Yunqi out of Long Fei Yi's sphere of influence, we won't have to worry about catching her, Ningen said seriously. Your lordship isn't planning to play dirty with Long Fei Yi. Your lordship will fight with him. If he loses, he'll hand over Han Yunqi. If your lordship loses, he can do whatever he wants with me, Ning Cheng said. Ningen looked at her older brother in disbelief. Since when did the man Chu Chinga had called a scoundrel become so upright? Ningen couldn't think of any other reasons. She assumed that Ning Cheng wanted to use the Shadow Clan as an excuse to bargain with the Council of Elders and have them deliver the red coat cannons instead. After all, the Shadow Clan was more important than the fact that they were being attacked from both sides. Big bro, leave Han Yunqi's matter to me. Focus on the battle. There's still 3 months until autumn. If they can't get any grain this fall, they'll have a hard winter. Ningen was very calm, but Ning Cheng only looked at her coldly. Don't get involved in Han Yunqi's matters. So speaking, he didn't waste any more words with Ningen, but left her to one of his guards to negotiate with the Council of Elders at the three-way battlefield. Ningen felt that Ning Cheng's handling of this matter was strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She knew she couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she excused herself. She wondered if Ning Cheng was holding a grudge against Han Yunqi. Not only did he want to kidnap her, but publicly humiliate her as well. After all, the news of Han Yunqi's splashing wine on Ning Cheng had long spread throughout the Ning clan troops and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. That was probably the most humiliating thing in Ning Cheng's life. As soon as Ning Cheng left, Ning Cheng ordered his guards to keep an eye on Han Yunqi. Then he arranged for people to investigate the Chu clan and track down the Shadow clan. Afterwards, he buried his head in his pile of military reports again. After an hour of silence, Ning Cheng lowered his eyes and asked, any news from Jinjun? Who was Jinjun? His guard gave a start, but quickly recovered to report, there shouldn't be any news yet. If they do, they'll definitely send it over. Ning Cheng didn't speak, but kept flipping through the military reports in his hands. A few days later, late at night, Ning Cheng finished his work and was about to leave the imperial study when he stopped at the door. Coldly, he asked, is there anything you haven't reported recently?
No.
We've handed over all the military reports we've received. The Council of Elders is still negotiating with them, but there's been no progress on the Shadow Clan matter, the guard reported. Ning Cheng's face was expressionless as he left without a word. Soon enough, the guards outside the door began to whisper among themselves. Chu Chinga hasn't come to make a fuss recently. It's much quieter these days. At least we don't have to hear Han Yunqi anymore. It's so annoying. It's so scary when a woman hates another woman. Do you think Chu Chinga doesn't know about our master being splashed with wine? She brought up the name Han Yunxi to the master every day, so it's no wonder the master wanted to kill her. Serves her right. Chu Qingga's sudden absence makes me feel like something's missing. While Ning Cheng was searching for the Shadow Clan, Gu Beiwei was in the Duke of Qin's estate, observing Grand Concubine's condition while studying a map of Cloud Realm continent. He kept a close eye on the movements of the three nations, especially Tianning's Ning clan troops. Gu Beiwei knew that the Ning clan troops, backed by Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, were the hardest to deal with compared to the Chu and Mu family troops. Because Gu Beiwei had moved into the Duke of Qin's estate, Bailey Mingxiang had grown wary of him. Ever since Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi left, she'd been living at Pill Fiend Pharmacy with Mu Ling, as her companion. Without the Duke of Qin's orders, no one was allowed to approach the ancestral hall. Su Xiuyu might have wanted to poke Gu Beiwei and Bailey Mingxiang's heads, but she didn't dare to cross the line. She had been thinking of ways to lure Gu Beiwei out of the ancestral hall before luring Bailey Mingxiang back. Today, Zhao Mama was about to deliver medicine to the ancestral hall when Su Xiuyu stopped her. "Mama, can Dr. Gu stand up yet?" Zhao Mama looked at her doubtfully. Our little Yu-ers learned how to care for people today. I don't care about anyone else but Master. If Dr. Gu can stand up, Master will definitely be very happy. Su Xiuyu's words weren't false, but she had other intentions. Unfortunately, Zhao Mama missed her main point. So you don't even care about an old bag of bones like me? Zhao Mama had always doted on Su Xiuyu as her own granddaughter. After the girl lost her memories, Zhao Mama felt like it was heaven's will and treated Su Xiuyu as her own granddaughter. Su Xiuyu was a heartless girl, at least on the surface. She looked at Zhao Mama from head to toe and said, "Why should I care about you? Aren't you perfectly fine?" Zhao Mama poked her nose. "You damned girl with no conscience. You still haven't told me how Dr. Gu is doing?" Su Xiuyu asked impatiently. "He'll be able to stand for a while in the next few days. He'll definitely be healed by the end of the month," Zhao Mama said happily. "That's great. We should celebrate." Su Xiuyu was thrilled. "Mama, your cooking skills are so good that everyone likes to eat your dishes. When Dr. Gu can stand up again, we'll call everyone over and celebrate." Su Xiuyu thought that if they held a banquet and called Bailey Mingxiang over too, she'd have a chance when he got drunk. As soon as Granny Zhao was praised for her culinary skills, her heart was filled with joy. She immediately agreed. "All right, I'll tell Chu Brat about this." Chu Boy was Chu Shifeng. Calling everyone over to the estate would require Chu Shifeng's approval as the head of the guards. Su Xiuyu grinned from ear to ear. She knew that Zhao Mama would definitely be able to handle Chu Shifeng. After watching Zhao Mama leave, Su Xiuyu was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. As long as Bailey Mingxiang marries Gu Beiwei, she'll have to move to Pill Fiend Pharmacy and never see His Highness, Duke of Qin again. As time went on, Bailey Mingxiang naturally stopped harboring such thoughts. As long as she didn't harbor such thoughts, she wouldn't hurt her mistress. She wouldn't fail to live up to her master's kindness in saving her life and taking her in. What's the best and fastest way to forget someone? Get used to another person, of course. Su Xiuyu was in a great mood as she skipped out the door towards Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Soon, she saw a familiar figure at the entrance of the small alley. "Lady Hellion," she muttered to herself. She saw Lady Hellion talking to someone, but her back was the only thing she could see. She couldn't see the person's face in the shadows. Su Xiuyu hesitated for a moment, then silently walked over. Chapter 729. Lady Hellion exchanged a few words with the man hiding in the shadows before following him into the alleyway. Su Xiuyu silently followed behind, her figure soon disappearing into the shadows. No matter how mature she was, Su Xiuyu was still a child. She didn't sense anything amiss until she reached the end of the alleyway when a group of black-robed men blocked her path. Alarmed, she realized that she'd been exposed long ago. "Lady Hellion, just who are you?" Su Xiuyu demanded angrily. Unfortunately, neither Lady Hellion nor the man in front of her turned around and kept walking. Soon enough, the black-robed men surrounded Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu wanted to jump onto the roof, but there were men waiting to ambush her there as well. She shouted loudly for help, but before she could shout twice, her mouth was covered tightly. She watched as Madame Helien's back gradually disappeared into the distance, and she herself slowly sank into unconsciousness. Why make things difficult for a child? Even if she recognized me, what would she know? Lady Helien's voice was helpless. The man's voice was heavy. I'd rather kill the wrong person than miss the chance. Don't come to see me for the time being. The Duke of Qin's estate will definitely investigate if that child goes missing for no reason. Lady Helien reminded him. Don't worry. As long as you do as you're told, they won't trace it back to you and your mother. The man smiled coldly. Lady Helien was about to leave when she turned back. Must we kill that child? That's none of our business. Whether or not her life is worth keeping is up to the master. The man was already impatient. Why aren't you going back? Lady Helien sighed softly before lowering her head and hurrying away. When she emerged from the other end of the alleyway, everything was the same as before. There was no trace of what had happened just then. That night, Zhao Mama saw that Su Xiaoyu hadn't returned home, so she sent someone to ask around at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Only then did she realize that Su Xiaoyu hadn't been there all day. Zhao Mama panicked and immediately went to the ancestral hall to find Chu Shifeng. Little Chu, little you, isn't a playful child. Ever since we moved to South Ning, that girl's either at the Duke of Qin's estate or Pill Fiend Pharmacy. She hasn't gone anywhere else. Something must have happened to her. A complicated look flickered past Chu Shifeng's eyes before he ordered, "Someone come, search the entire city." "Boss, should we conduct a secret search first?" the guard asked. Chu Shifeng's voice was cold. "You're still trying to keep it a secret after losing her? Send someone to the South Central Commander-in-Chief's office to inform General Bailey and ask him to send people to help. Everyone split up and search. Su Xiaoyu is the Princess Consort's favorite. If you don't bring her back, be careful of your heads." "Boss, what if the commotion is too big and the robbers kill little you?" the guard asked anxiously. Granny Zhao was shocked when she heard that. Yes. Let's conduct a secret search first. What are you worrying about?" Chu Shifeng grew impatient. "Searching the entire city will only serve as a deterrent. You guys?" Although the guards weren't convinced, they didn't dare to deny Chu Shifeng's claims. Meanwhile, Zhao Mama didn't understand such matters, so she trusted Chu Shifeng completely. "What are you waiting for?" "That's right, send someone to ask around at the Han estate first. Maybe he went there." Chu Shifeng said. "He can't be there." Zhao Mama was certain. Unless he went with esteemed Wang Fei, little you wouldn't go. This old one asked too, but he really wasn't there. Chu Shifeng nodded without a word. As soon as Zhao Mama left, Gu Beiwei walked out with a cane in hand. His leg had mostly healed, but he was still undergoing treatment, so he had to use a cane to help him walk. Even though he was leaning on his cane, his back was still straight. This man, despite his ruined body, possessed an unyielding spirit. Beneath his light, carefree demeanor, he had deep feelings for his country. "You're purposely causing an uproar in the city?" he asked mildly. Chu Shifeng dodged the question with a question of his own. "How's esteemed imperial concubine's condition? We need to send a letter to Celestial Mountain in a few days. Let's report it together." Gu Beiwei was a clever man. If Chu Shifeng didn't answer, he wouldn't press the issue. He took out a letter and handed it to Chu Shifeng. "Esteemed imperial concubine's condition is all in here." As Gu Beiwei predicted, news of the Duke of Qin's servant girl's disappearance spread like wildfire throughout the city overnight. Everyone from high-ranking officials and nobles to the common folk knew about it. Unfortunately, the Duke of Qin's guards and the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate searched for 3 days and 3 nights without finding anything. 3 days later, the news reached Han Yunxi's hands. Han Yunxi had been cultivating in seclusion for days. As soon as she heard that Su Xiaoyu had gone missing and that her search was fruitless, her calm heart was filled with waves. Why had Su Xiaoyu gone missing? Had she left of her own accord, or been kidnapped? Su Xiaoyu had been loyal and devoted ever since she lost her memories. Why would she leave on her own? If she was kidnapped, who could it be? Why did they have to kidnap Su Xiaoyu of all people? Han Yunxi worried about Su Xiaoyu's safety as well as the conspiracy behind her disappearance. If Su Xiaoyu had been kidnapped, then there had to be something fishy going on. Han Yunxi immediately wrote a letter for Chu Shifeng to ask Chu Tianyin about the matter. Very soon, she received a reply saying that Chu Tianyin had no idea. Han Yunxi thought that the two elders of the Chu clan were still in Long Fei Ye's hands, while Chu Tianyin was busy with the war. There was no need for him to use a servant girl for a plot. If Su Xiaoyu had recovered her memories and left on her own, then she would have gone to find Chu Tianyin. Han Yunxi was almost certain that Su Xiaoyu had been kidnapped. Long Fei Yi was in closed-door cultivation, so she couldn't leave Celestial Mountain. She could only leave the matter to Chu Shifeng to deal with. Han Yunxi only hoped that Su Xiaoyu would be smarter. With her temper, how much suffering would she have to suffer if she talked back to the kidnappers? Han Yunxi was about to destroy the letter when Lil Thing suddenly jumped up and snatched it up, then ran off to the side to gnaw on it. Han Yunxi tilted her head and asked thoughtfully, "You can even gnaw on something like this?" Lil Thing had been acting very strange recently. It wanted to gnaw on everything it saw. If Han Yunxi hadn't stopped it, it would have gnawed on everything in the room, including the wall of the secret room. Han Yunxi wouldn't allow Lil Thing to break anything in the abstinence courtyard, so it could only grind its teeth with its claws. It didn't take long for Lil Thing to gnaw on the letter into tiny bits. It gritted its two front teeth at Han Yunxi to show that it wasn't enough. Han Yunxi scooted over and pried open its mouth for a closer look. "You don't have any teeth. Just what's wrong with you?" A whoop. Lil Thing began to cry out instead of squeaking, as if to express its dissatisfaction. If she wasn't familiar with it, she really would have been scared by its cries. It sounded like a wild beast in the forest. "Sure, keep your voice down. It'll be over if you attract the attention of outsiders," Han Yunxi warned. Lil Thing didn't dare to cry out anymore, but pounced on her instead. It seemed to want to act spoiled, but it kept rubbing against her like crazy. "You've eaten a lot today. If you keep eating, I'll go bankrupt." Han Yunxi was serious. Lil Thing didn't listen and kept rubbing against her. If it kept rubbing against her, Han Yunxi's clothes would definitely be torn apart. In the end, she had no choice but to put Lil Thing into the poison storage space and let it continue gnawing on the poisonous grass. Not long after, the poisonous grass in the poison storage space decreased by a large amount. Han Yunxi's heart ached. She thought for a long time and muttered to herself, could it be that it's in heat? At this time, there was a sudden commotion outside. Han Yunxi was curious and walked into the courtyard to listen. The noise was even louder. It didn't sound like something was happening in the abstinence courtyard, but in the Heavenly Sword Hall. Although she was curious, Han Yunxi didn't take a step out of the courtyard. Long Fei had already been in closed-door cultivation for more than 10 days. Other than going around after meals, she was always cultivating. Sometimes, she even forgot to eat 3 meals. No matter how noisy it was all Heaven Mountain and had nothing to do with her. Han Yunxi was about to enter her rooms when a servant girl brought in a bowl of sweet soup. Esteemed Wang Fei, the weather's been hot recently. This servant has made mung bean and lily soup for you to relieve the heat. Many thanks. Han Yunxi accepted the bowl without a word. The kitchens had never given her such benefits aside from 3 meals a day. But the servant girl said, Esteemed Wang Fei, your poison skills are so formidable. You must have heard of ice snakes, right? Han Yunxi's heart gave a start. Of course she knew about ice snakes. They were a rare type of poisonous snake that lived in the snowy highlands. Anyone bitten by them would be poisoned by cold poison and freeze to death. Never heard of them, Han Yunxi said mildly. Esteemed Wang Fei, a bunch of ice snakes suddenly appeared in the Heavenly Sword Hall. Some people were even bitten. I don't know how they're doing now, the servant girl added. Han Yunxi didn't speak, but carried the bowl of sweet soup into her rooms and closed the door behind her. They wanted to trick her out of the abstinence courtyard with such little tricks. Duanmu Yao and Song Chiozi had underestimated her IQ. Still, it had to be said that they'd paid a heavy price to find these ice snakes. Han Yunxi enjoyed her mung bean soup as she stared at the closed stone door. At first, she took her time tasting the soup, but as she stared and stared, she suddenly stopped eating and stood there in a daze. Still, she quickly recovered her senses and sat down in front of the door to continue cultivating. Long Fei Yi must be working very hard these days. She couldn't just sit there and do nothing. She had to catch up to him. But Long Fei Yi wasn't working hard at all. He was risking his life. The secret room was empty and dim. Long Fei Yi was half naked as he sat on the floor. His features looked especially cold in the dim light. His eyes were shut, and even his eyelashes were damp with sweat. He was quiet, but his body was telling the tale of the torment he'd endured over the past 10 days. What did it mean to be covered in cuts and bruises? His naked, strong upper body was covered in whip wounds of varying depths. It was a ghastly sight. Han Yunxi would be wailing if she saw it. What did it mean to be covered in cuts and bruises? Day after day, injuries piled on top of injuries. Did that count? Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from Long Fei Yi's body. It was shapeless yet tangible, but it pressed down on the walls of the secret room until they twisted. At this moment, Long Fei Yi was extremely weak. All of his internal energy had been sucked dry, making him so weak that he couldn't withstand a single blow. Still, he stood up resolutely and pulled out the whip from his waist. With a vicious flick, the powerful force gathered on the whip. Even though Long Fei Yi held it tightly, the whip still began to stir uncontrollably. After the lust bite energy was released from the seal, there was only one way for it to return to the body and be controlled. And that was... Chapter 730. There was only one way to subdue the lust bite power, and that was to endure it. Endure its attack. After releasing the lust bite power, Long Fei Yi would have a short period of weakness. He would lose all his inner strength and would gradually lose his strength. His body would be like a bag of skin that could be blown away by the wind. This was also the reason why Long Fei Yi gathered the lust bite power on the whip. Only by gathering the lust bite power on the weapon would it have a chance to attack and endure its attack. The golden whip had long been dyed red with blood. It was restless in Long Fei Yi's hands. It was a bloodthirsty demon, a life-reaping demon, a lord of judgment. Suddenly, the tip of the whip flew up. Long Fei Yi did not hesitate to let go. He turned his head and closed his eyes. Xiao. An earth-shattering sound was like the whistling of a gale. Xiao. A terrifying sound was like the cry of a crane in the sky. Xiao. A soul-stirring sound was like the sound of thunder. Whip after whip, sound after sound, the whip rose and fell. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. After countless lashes, the whip finally lost all its power and fell to the ground. Long Fei Yi stood there. His back was badly mutilated. The new injuries covered the old ones. His skin was torn, and his tall body was on the verge of collapse. However, his spine was still straight. He did not fall down. His brows did not crease at all. This was a habit that he had cultivated since young. No matter how painful it was, he would not make a sound. The weak candlelight shone on his sweaty side profile. His innate cold aura was replaced by a dense manly aura. It actually gave people an incomparably sexy feeling. He lowered his eyes. His entire body was emitting an aura that kept people 1,000 miles away. No matter who it was, they would not have sympathy for him at this moment. They would only have reverence. This man's body was strong, and his heart was even stronger. He would never be defeated. Even if it was him, he would not be able to defeat himself. He stood there silently, allowing the lust-bite power to boil and run around in his body. When the lust-bite power re-entered his body, he didn't have to rely on brute force to subdue it. Instead, He had to rely on his heart force. He had to hold on. Before all the lust-bite power flowed into his dantian, he could not fall, nor could he give up. He had to use his mind to control them. An hour later, his internal energy finally returned, and it was clear that it had improved. He silently picked up the long whip and put it away. Then, he took out the hemostatic medicine and gauze that his master had prepared for him and began to treat his wound. It was as if the bloody storm just now had never happened. The wounds were all on his back. He only sprinkled the hemostatic medicine on the gauze and wrapped it around his body. It was a simple and crude treatment, but it still stopped the bleeding. At this point, today's mission was considered over. Once the lust-bite seal was undone, the lust-bite power did not surge out all at once. Instead, it would surge out a little every day, growing stronger day by day. It had only been more than 10 days, and the further it went, the stronger the lust-bite power would be. After treating his wounds, Long Fei-yi leaned against the wall beside the stone door. The injuries on his back were too severe, so he could not lean against the wall. He could only lean against the wall with his head slightly raised. It had only been 10 days, but his face had become a lot thinner. It had become more angular and cold. He closed his eyes and did not move. It was as if he was asleep, but also as if he was thinking about something. The room was silent, and the floor was covered in blood. His silent figure seemed especially lonely. What was loneliness? Loneliness was when Han Yunxi was sitting behind him. They were separated by a wall, back to back. Loneliness was when he was on the verge of life and death, but the person he loved did not know anything about it. Loneliness was when he sat, his back would unconsciously lean against the wall. Not only leaning against it, but he also used all his strength to press against it. Despite the unbearable pain on his back, the corner of his mouth quietly rose in the darkness. He was sure that she must also be leaning against the wall. Loneliness was that as he sat here, he could see the clean black clothes hanging across from him, not stained with any blood. He had deliberately taken them off, just to cover up the injuries all over his body after he came out of seclusion, and to deceive her. Han Yunxi, this prince has become addicted to deceiving you. I can't stop. Han Yunxi slowly opened her eyes. She had just finished a complete cultivation of heart force, and her consciousness had just woken up. Originally, she was just leaning against the wall, but now that she relaxed, her entire body's weight was leaning against the wall, sticking close to it. She raised her head, her gaze somewhat wandering. Long Fei-yi, are you okay? Long Fei-yi, what are you doing right now? Long Fei-yi, I miss you. Could it be that you're also thinking about me right now? Thinking of this, Han Yunxi leaned against the wall again. She was clearly sticking close to it, but she still wanted to get a little closer. Long Fei-yi, how can I get a little closer, a little closer? Day after day, the pain came day after day, and so did the longing. Over the course of a month, Han Yunxi was already close to breaking through to the second level of the poison storage space. Despite her repeated efforts, she couldn't break through. She felt like she was reaching a critical point where she couldn't take that final step. She needed someone to give her a push. She recalled how she had foolishly opened the poison storage space and entered the first level because she had absorbed the poison pond. Did she really need an opportunity to break through to the second level? She couldn't figure it out. Over the course of the month, Duanmu Yao and Song Qiuzi had plotted countless times to lure Han Yunxi out of Abstinence Hall. But no matter what they did, Han Yunxi refused to budge. With Long Fei-yi here, what better reason could there be for her to leave? None. For an entire month, day after day of hellish torture, Long Fei didn't even crease his brows, cry out in pain, or collapse. Today was the last day. It was also the most crucial day for Long Fei-yi to control the lust-bite energy. The lust-bite energy that had erupted today was much more powerful than any of the previous times. If he lost control of it, not only would all of his efforts be wasted, he did not know what the consequences would be. The sword sect master did not know either. Perhaps no one else in this world knew the answer. Long Fei-yi only knew that he had to win today's battle. He had to win. Even though he was about to open the stone door and see Han Yunqi, he was still as steady as a mountain. He didn't draw out the lust-bite energy as soon as he rested like before. He needed to make some preparations to make sure nothing went wrong. Meanwhile, outside the stone wall, Han Yunqi had long lost interest in cultivating. 2 days ago, she had pulled out a chair and sat in front of the wall to stare at it. The brilliant Han Yunqi was nothing but an idiot. If she wasn't facing the wall, what was she? She was laughing. No, to be exact, she'd been laughing for 2 days. She had no idea what Long Fei had gone through in the secret room, or how dangerous it had been. She always assumed that Long Fei had only received Elder Kenzo's guidance to cultivate in preparation for the ranking matches. She assumed that the real danger lay in his duel with Song Chiozi. Thus, she was certain that Long Fei's martial arts would improve greatly when the time came and he'd come out unscathed. She rarely dolled herself up, but today she put on light makeup and combed her hair into a princess hairstyle. She used a purple jade hair ornament to change into a dreamy purple dress and white gauze around her wrists. Purple was his favorite color. She had excellent foundations to begin with, so a little dressing up made her devastatingly beautiful. She didn't lose out to Duanmu Yao's former beauty in any way. Moreover, she had a natural air of nobility, a peerless elegance between her brows, and a bearing in her bones that Duanmu Yao would never be able to match. The only thing that didn't match her fairy-like appearance was the smile on her face. That smile could be called a silly grin. If Long Fei saw it, he'd definitely stroke her bangs dotingly and curse her for being stupid again. Han Yunqi was waiting, as were Song Chiozi and Duanmu Yao. Long Fei would be released from Abstinence Hall today after serving his sentence. 3 days later would be the Kenzo ranking matches. Ever since Song Chiozi's poison was cured, he'd been preparing for the matches. He was already the second strongest on Celestial Mountain, while Kenzo wouldn't be participating. Thus, he'd definitely take first place. Still, he didn't relax. He was very clear that strength determined the loyalty of his subordinates. He wanted to display his most powerful martial arts skills to win over the Celestial Mountain disciples and show the heretical sword sect that he was worth cooperating with. Long Fei's trip to Celestial Mountain this time can't be simple, Song Chiozi said worriedly. Duanmu Yao didn't reply. Over the past month, she'd spent most of her time observing Han Yunqi while helping her master recover. She'd spent a lot of effort setting up multiple traps, but Han Yunqi hadn't taken a single step out of the Abstinence Hall. The Abstinence Hall was anti-use territory. She'd spent a lot of effort to bribe the servant girls there to say a few words in front of Han Yunqi, but it was all to no avail. After today, Long Fei's sentence would be over. Once Long Fei left Abstinence Hall, it'd be even harder to kill Han Yunqi. Duanmu Yao told herself that no matter what, she could miss out on today. If he can kill Lady Lingyu, then he has the strength to participate in the ranking matches. That brat, he's planning to join them. Song Chiozi muttered to himself before breaking into a cold laugh. So what? Even if he kills the 4th and 3rd ranked Qi Zonglin and Tang Zijin, he still doesn't have the skills to fight against the old man. Seeing Duanmu Yao's restlessness, Song Chiozi pulled her close. Yao, what are you thinking about? Duanmu Yao felt goosebumps all over her body, but she could only endure. In a low voice, she said, if I miss out on today, it'll be harder to kill Han Yunqi. What, you still can't deal with your master? Song Chiozi laughed coldly. Or did Han Yunqi steal him from you? Duanmu Yao's gaze turned cold at his words, her eyes emanating killing intent beneath her mask. She viciously broke free of Song Chiozi's grasp and turned to leave. Just you wait, Han Yunqi won't live past today. It wasn't that she couldn't deal with her master, nor that he didn't dote on her, but that his condition had been very unstable these days. She didn't dare to provoke him too much. But today, she was going to risk it all. No matter the price, she had to get rid of Han Yunqi before Long Fei came out. Every time her master treated her wounds, he'd never said a word. Over the past few days, he'd only asked her one question. Yao, why couldn't I save your Shamong back then? Ever since Master found out about her injuries, he'd only nearly acted up that one time in front of Song Chiozi. Over the past month, he'd been very calm in front of her. But she knew that he wasn't calm at all. He was just suffering so much that he couldn't speak. If she wanted to enter the abstinence hall and get rid of Han Yunxi, she could only rely on Master. Duanmu Yao had long formed a plan in her heart. When she thought about how the Long Fei Yi would never see Han Yunxi again, she couldn't help but grow excited. After leaving Lockhart Courtyard, she headed straight for the peak of Celestial Mountain and Nine Xian Hall to find her master. Chapter 731. That's right. Duanmu Yao had flown straight to the Ninefold Palace to find her master. With her master's help, she'd managed to recover some of her qinggong, but it was only the recovery. Her dantian was obviously heavily injured, and she was unable to gather qi. However, she did not know how her master did it. After repeatedly transferring qi to her, her dantian's injuries actually recovered by 20%. When she recovered, she could vaguely hear her master muttering to himself about finding something to heal her. She wasn't worried about her martial arts at all. She knew her master would have a way to save her. The Ninefold Palace was the last floor of the Nine Mystical Palace. It was also where Elder Kenzo lived. Even Duanmu Yao didn't dare enter this place. But today, she'd clearly lost her mind. 9 dragon-headed locks locked the doors to the Ninefold Palace. Duanmu Yao was secretly delighted. Only she and Long Fei Yi knew that once the Ninefold Palace was locked, it meant her master had fallen ill. Every time her master fell ill, he would lock himself in the Ninefold Palace while he was still conscious. Before Duanmu Yao could speak, a shadow guard appeared. Princess Duan, without master's permission, no one is allowed to enter. Please return. I have something to discuss with master. Open the lock immediately. Duanmu Yao ordered. Princess Duan should know the rules of the Ninefold Palace. Please don't make things difficult for this subordinate. Duanmu Yao was even more certain that her master had fallen ill. Excellent. She'd originally planned to provoke her master and draw him out of his madness. Now, it seemed she could save a lot of effort. As long as her master didn't interfere, she could kill Han Yunxi without fail. Killing Han Yunxi was a matter of acting first and asking later. With her master's love for her, what could he possibly do to her? All right, this princess won't make things difficult for you. Duanmu Yao turned to leave. The shadow guard could see her strange behavior, but as long as she didn't force her way into the Ninefold Palace, it had nothing to do with him. Duanmu Yao returned to her room and took out a bottle of poison without hesitation. She drank it all in one gulp. This poison was a gift from Jun Yixia. It was a highly toxic poison in the poison world, rose vine. Once poisoned, a strange pattern would appear on the 10 fingertips. It was shaped like a vine, and it would spread along the back of the hand, up the arm, and over the whole body. Once the veined patterns covered the entire body, the vines would begin to suck human blood and blossom into blood-red roses. When the flower was at its most brilliant, it was also the time when the rose vine killed people. His blood would spurt out from the rose, and not a single drop would flow out. From the time the vines grew to the time the flowers bloomed, there were only 3 days. If he didn't get the antidote after 3 days, he would definitely die. Jun Yixia had given Duanmu Yao the antidote when he had given her the poison, but Duanmu Yao had said that once she used the poison, she would not give it to anyone else. She never thought that there would be a day when she would use the rose vine on herself. 3 days was enough for her to risk everything and gamble. If Han Yunxi didn't die, then she would. Duanmu Yao's lips curved up into a cold smile as she watched the vines spread across her fingertips. Then she headed straight for Lockhart Courtyard to find Song Chiozi. It wasn't clear what she said to him, but he only asked, "This is an excellent idea. But are you sure your master won't suddenly emerge from closed-door cultivation again? At least not today. I swear on my life." Duanmu Yao spread her hands to show Song Chiozi her resolve. Every time his master fell ill, He would stay at Xian Palace for a few days even if he recovered on the same day. Song Qiuzi was very satisfied. Good. Yao Yao, it didn't disappoint old man after all. Duanmu Yao smiled until she suddenly burst into tears. Master, please save Yao Yao. Master's in closed-door cultivation and can't take care of this. Only you can save Yao Yao. Without a doubt, Duanmu Yao was starting to put on an act. What's wrong with you now? Song Qiuzi played along. Han Yunxi, she sent someone to poison the tea. She wants to kill me. Duanmu Yao really did cry. Preposterous. She made face up for punishment and still doesn't know how to repent. Old man's definitely going to take care of this today. Let's go. Old man will take you to get the antidote. Song Qiuzi said to his trusted aide before leading Duanmu Yao to the abstinence hall. As soon as the abstinence hall disciples saw Song Qiuzi, they went to report to Granny Yu. By the time Granny Yu returned, Song Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao had already broken into the abstinence hall at the back of the mountain, searching room by room. Granny Yu somersaulted in the air before landing in front of them and blocking their way with her sword. Although she had no idea what was going on, Song Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao must have made preparations if they dared to barge into the abstinence hall. Today was the last day of Faye's closed-door cultivation. No matter what, she had to get through it. Over the past month, Celestial Mountain had been plagued with poisons. More than a few times, poisons had appeared to disturb the disciples' cultivation. She knew that Song Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao were behind all of this. Duanmu Yao was in cahoots with the 100 Poison sect, so it was easy for her to get her hands on the poisons. Their goal was to lure Han Yunxi out of the room. But Han Yunxi hadn't disappointed her. She still hadn't taken a single step out of the abstinence hall. She couldn't allow the abstinence hall and Celestial Mountain's rules to be challenged like this. She couldn't fail Faye's trust, much less betray Han Yunxi's persistence. As soon as Granny Yu unsheathed her sword, her 10 disciples chased after her and unsheathed their swords to protect her. Granny Yu, what do you mean by this? Song Qiuzi demanded. I was just about to ask you, what do you mean by barging into the abstinence hall and abstinence hall? It doesn't matter if you look down on my abstinence hall's rules. That's because I'm the hall head, so my words carry little weight. As Granny Yu spoke, her tone turned cold. But the abstinence hall's rules are Celestial Mountain's rules. As an elder, you're leading the charge to flout the rules, so this old woman has to deal with you. As soon as she finished, she ordered the disciples by her side. Go to the peak and invite Master here. Granny Yu was very clear that she was no match for Song Qiuzi, so she could only stall for time. She had already sent for the sect head as soon as she received the news, so her words were meant for Song Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao to hear. Duanmu Yao feigned weakness and didn't argue, but she was laughing in her heart. You want to use Master to scare me? Save it. Song Qiuzi glanced at Duanmu Yao and saw that she didn't believe him, which only gave him more confidence. Inviting senior brother here is the best. Let senior brother be the judge of today's events. What is it? Granny Yu asked. Song Qiuzi gave a cold snort. Han Yunxi sent someone to poison Yao Yao's tea. Nonsense. Granny Yu denied immediately. How long were they going to play the same trick? Han Yunxi is accompanying her punishment in the abstinence hall. For the past month, she hasn't taken a single step out of the hall. This old woman can testify for her. If she doesn't leave the hall, then naturally someone else can poison her. Song Qiuzi retorted. Who is it? Call them out for this old woman to see. Granny Yu refused to budge. Unexpectedly, Duanmu Yao really did summon a guard from the peak. He was here to turn himself in, claiming that he'd received Han Yunxi's secret letter and poison to murder Duanmu Yao. If witnesses and evidence couldn't be faked, then why were there so many unjust and false cases in this world? Granny, you didn't believe it. How can a servant's one-sided words prove anything? Duanmu Yao immediately rolled up her sleeves and held out her hands. By now, the vines had crawled out from the backs of her hands and extended up her arms. Granny Yu didn't understand poisons, but she could tell that this was no ordinary poison. I've already had a poison doctor examine her. This is a hypertoxic rose vine. If poisoned for 3 days without an antidote, she'll die without a doubt. It's an extremely rare poison, so not many people have seen it before, Song Chiozi said coldly. Besides Han Yunxi, who else on Celestial Mountain would have a poison like this? Duanmu Yao said in a choked voice. Auntie Yu, I came today not only to ask for an antidote but also to seek justice. I've already told your disciples that I had no intention of forcing my way in. A complicated look flickered past Granny Yu's eyes. The poison on Duanmu Yao's hands was so obvious that it couldn't be faked. But even more than that, she refused to believe that Han Yunxi would do something so stupid. It was very likely that Duanmu Yao had taken the poison herself to frame Han Yunxi. Without this old woman's permission, you forced your way in. Granny Yu's tone was unyielding. You should report this to your master first, not run here with the head elder and run amok. Auntie Yu, masters in closed-door cultivation. Marshal Uncle Tsong is the head of the Council of Elders, so he should be the one to decide things for me, Duanmu Yao retorted. Hearing this, Granny Yu cursed in her heart. It looks like Duanmu Yao had calculated the time to come. Isn't there still 3 days? Wait until your master comes out. Granny Yu added. Yumin, what are you saying? If anything happens to Yao Yao, can you bear the responsibility? Song Chiozi demanded. Duanmu Yao started sobbing before turning to leave. I'll just wait. If master comes out on 5 days, I'll wait 5 days. If she comes out on 10 days, I'll wait 10 days. She was clearly threatening Granny Yu. Granny Yu hesitated. If anything happened to Duanmu Yao, she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Even if she didn't think for herself, she had to think for the abstinence courtyard disciples. Their futures all depended on her. Seeing her hesitate, Song Chiozi pretended to yield. Yumin, it's fine if we don't enter the abstinence courtyard. Go call out Han Yunxi and treat the poison first. Right or wrong, it won't be too late to wait until senior brother comes out. After some hesitation, Granny Yu said, Fine. Since we know the poison came from Rose Vine, this old woman will just go find Han Yunxi for the antidote. She doesn't need to show up. As for who poisoned her, we'll do as you say. Wait until senior brother comes out of closed-door cultivation to explain. Duanmu Yao cursed inside. This Yumin is a real pain in the neck. Seeing Song Chiozi shoot her a look, Duanmu Yao burst into tears. If she doesn't apologize to me, I won't treat this poison. Even if I die, I won't. Yumin, this isn't something we can take responsibility for. Either call out Han Yunxi, or let us in. Choose for yourself. Song Chiozi lost his patience. Granny Yu was at her wit's end, but she didn't want to use force against them. Without a choice, she could only agree and hope that Han Yunxi could stall for time until Fei came out. All right, this old woman will take you there, Granny Yu said to her trusted aide. As Granny Yu spoke, she instructed her confidant beside her. Everyone, be on guard and surround the abstinence hall. No one is allowed to spread what happened here. If Han Yunxi can't stall for time, I'll just fight it out with Song Chiozi. Duanmu Yao had lost all her martial arts, so she shouldn't be able to do anything to Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi was currently facing the wall, counting the time with her fingers as she waited for Long Fei Yi to come out. In the silence, Duanmu Yao's voice drifted in from outside. Han Yunxi, you slut. Get out here right now. Chapter 732. Han Yunxi recognized Duanmu Yao's voice as soon as she recognized it. She immediately wiped away her silly smile and turned cold. She was about to see Long Fei Yi again, so she hated interruptions like this. The abstinence hall wasn't a place where anyone could enter. She had only been allowed in under the pretense of accompanying Long Fei Yi while he was being punished. Something big must have happened for Duanmu Yao to be standing outside her door. Han Yunxi didn't dare to be careless. She immediately opened the door, only to see Duanmu Yao, Song Chiozi, Granny Yu, and her 10 senior disciples standing outside. Although she was alarmed, She still walked out and closed the door behind her. Cold, she looked at Duanmu Yao and asked, "Who's the slut cursing?" "You." Duanmu Yao raged. "What's the slut cursing me for?" Han Yunxi retorted with a cold smile. "The nervous granny." You couldn't help but laugh. Only then did Duanmu Yao realize that Han Yunxi had taken advantage of her. Furious, she cried, "Han Yunxi, you slut! You dared to poison me!" Han Yunxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought something big had happened, but it was poison again. Over the past month, she'd only seen one of her disciples being poisoned and needing her to save them. She was already sick of it all. Couldn't they come up with a better excuse? Was there any point in playing poison with her? When she opened the door, she'd already detected the rose vine poison in Duanmu Yao's body. This woman had really gone to great lengths to frame her. "Where's the evidence?" Han Yunxi asked. Duanmu Yao immediately brought out a witness, but before the servant girl could speak, Han Yunxi said cold, "She's one of your people. She's too suspicious to be a witness." Like before, Duanmu Yao exposed her hands. By now, the rose vine had crawled up her shoulders. "Who else but you would have this kind of poison?" "Jun Yixia, of course. Everyone knows that you and Jun Yixia are in cahoots." Han Yunxi didn't finish her sentence, but purposely looked towards Song Qiuzi. "Elder Song, you know as well, right?" Song Qiuzi was acting strangely as he stared silently at the door. Han Yunxi was puzzled, but Duanmu Yao suddenly pulled out her sword and pointed it at her. "Han Yunxi, would this princess be so stupid as to poison herself? Hand over the antidote immediately, and this princess can still leave your corpse intact." That was why Duanmu Yao had no intention of letting her go even though she had been cured of the poison. Han Yunxi's heart turned even colder. Duanmu Yao's injuries had only healed by 20%, and there was no killing intent in her sword-wielding movements. Han Yunxi was about to speak when Granny Yu coaxed her. "Yunxi, give them the antidote for now. Wait until the sect leader comes out of closed-door cultivation before arguing with them. Wouldn't giving them the antidote be tantamount to admitting guilt?" Granny Yu was the head of the abstinence courtyard, so she wasn't stupid. Her words were a reminder to Han Yunxi that Elder Kenzo was in closed-door cultivation and couldn't protect her. She could only place her hopes on Long Feiyi. Han Yunxi was smart enough to understand at once. Her heart skipped a beat. Elder Kenzo had just come out of closed-door cultivation a month ago, so why was he in closed-door cultivation again? Moreover, Elder Kenzo knew that Long Feiyi was in closed-door cultivation. He also knew that Long Feiyi was worried about her, so he couldn't be in closed-door cultivation. Although Elder Kenzo didn't like her, he wouldn't go so far as to play dirty. There was only one reason, and that was that Elder Kenzo's illness had acted up again. Han Yunxi finally realized that Duanmu Yao had come prepared today. She wasn't just looking for trouble. Even Granny Yu couldn't stop them. Her only option was to stall for time and wait for Long Feiyi to come out of closed-door cultivation. Han Yunxi looked at Duanmu Yao's sharp sword, and a shrewd glint flashed across her eyes. She said, "All right, let's help her get rid of the poison first. We'll wait for Shizuan to come out of closed-door cultivation to determine where the poison came from." "Shizuan? You think you're worthy?" Duanmu Yao was extremely disdainful. Granny Yu didn't want Han Yunxi to agitate Duanmu Yao any further, so she hurriedly advised, Right, let's get rid of the poison first. Although the poison will only act up after 3 days, it's still not good to leave it in the body." Han Yunxi seized the opportunity to say, "The rose vines will only bloom after 3 days, but what?" Duanmu Yao was a little uneasy. Han Yunxi sneered, purposely keeping her in suspense. "But what? Hurry up and say it." Duanmu Yao panicked. "But once those vines are allowed to crawl all over the body, even if the poison is cured, those vines will remain on the body forever, turning into wrinkles." Han Yunxi was lying, but Duanmu Yao shrieked, "I don't want it." "Han Yunxi, where's the antidote?" "I want the antidote." Her face was already old. If her body aged as well, how was she going to live on? She had to get the antidote today to ensure her own safety. As long as Han Yunxi produced the antidote, She could accuse Han Yunxi of being the culprit and claim that she had the antidote. As long as Han Yunxi was convicted, she would have a reason to kill Han Yunxi. Duanmu Yao was dreaming, but Han Yunxi said, "Where would I get a ready-made antidote? I don't have this poison with me. I only prescribed a few ingredients, but you found them. I'll concoct them for you as soon as possible." Concoct the antidote? Then when she could concoct the antidote would be up to her. This woman's stalling for time. Once Han Yunxi delayed until tomorrow, Long Fei Yi would emerge from closed-door cultivation, and her plan would fail. While Duanmu Yao was hesitating, the silent Song Qiuzi suddenly rose to his feet. "Han Yunxi, you're still quibbling. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." What's wrong with Song Qiuzi? Duanmu Yao didn't understand, but she still played along. "Martial uncle, give Yao Yao justice." Song Qiuzi hadn't planned to be so direct, but he sensed something off as soon as he arrived. There was a powerful force hidden within the room that struck fear into his heart. Auntie Yu and Duanmu Yao's internal energy were too weak to sense it, but he sensed it as soon as he arrived. He suddenly realized that Long Fei Yi wasn't being punished at all, but cultivating behind closed doors. What a Li Kenshin! He actually tricked me and left me with a trick like this. Kenshin must have taught Long Fei Yi some sort of peerless martial arts, or even internal energy to Long Fei Yi. Otherwise, how could Long Fei Yi wield such power? With the ranking matches at hand, he couldn't allow Long Fei Yi to wield such power no matter what. Song Qiuzi looked like he was going to attack Han Yunxi, but his sword veered off course and split open the door. Han Yunxi was stunned, but Granny Yu was even more alarmed. She shielded Han Yunxi in time and missed Song Qiuzi's attack. How could an expert like Song Qiuzi miss so easily? He did it on purpose. What was he planning? As Song Qiuzi prepared to enter the room, Granny Yu blocked his path with her sword. At the same time, one of her disciples came to protect Han Yunxi from Duanmu Yao's attack. Soon enough, Granny Yu and Song Qiuzi began fighting. The disciple handed Han Yunxi over to a servant girl who'd rushed over to help Granny Yu. Granny Yu was a 6th-level expert while Song Qiuzi was a 7th level. The difference between them was like heaven and earth, so even with the help of the 10 core disciples, it was still difficult for her to deal with him. She couldn't gain any advantages, much less gain the upper hand. The only thing she could do was stop Song Qiuzi from entering the room. She had no idea what Long Fei Yi was practicing in that secret room, but today was the last day. It had to be the most crucial moment, so there was no room for error. Han Yunxi didn't understand martial arts, but she could tell that Song Qiuzi's target was Long Fei Yi. Under the protection of the servant girl, Han Yunxi ignored Duanmu Yao's harassment and kept shooting poison needles at Song Qiuzi. Unfortunately, Song Qiuzi was too strong. Even her most powerful pear blossom teardrop rain couldn't do anything to him. The abstinence hall wasn't surrounded by fog like the other areas, so she couldn't even spread her poisons. She was anxious. Even now, Duanmu Yao was still chasing after her and stabbing at her with her sword. "Han Yunxi, I'm going to kill you."
Kill you?
"You're the one who made me like this. You stole my senior brother and my master, so I'll kill you." Duanmu Yao was simply a madwoman. If not for the fact that she hadn't recovered her martial arts, Han Yunxi would have been stabbed to death long ago. While Granny Yu and the 10 core disciples were struggling to hold on, the sounds of fighting rose from the front courtyard. "What's going on?" While Granny Yu was distracted, Song Qiuzi stabbed her in the shoulder. "Master." The disciples did their best to surround Song Qiuzi before Granny Yu could break free. She retreated to one side and saw an injured disciple approaching. "Auntie Yu, the sword and scripture depositories are attacking us." Granny Yu was alarmed. Are they rebelling? By now, Song Qiuzi had already beaten back the 10 core disciples and reached the door. Granny Yu couldn't care less and chased after him with her sword. "Song Qiuzi, if you take another step forward, senior brother won't let you off. Old man is here to find an antidote for Yao Yao. Senior brother will be grateful to me." Song Qiuzi smiled coldly. Granny Yu's sword stabbed at his back, but he exploded with a burst of strength that sent Granny Yu flying. But Han Yunxi was right behind him, shooting out multiple needles at him. Song Qiuzi waved his hand, causing all the needles to fall to the ground. Then, he grabbed Han Yunxi by the neck. Han Yunxi allowed him to do as he wished and kicked out. Needles shot out from the tip of her foot, but Song Qiuzi dodged them all. "You're seeking death." Song Qiuzi increased his strength, causing Han Yunxi's face to flush red with blood. Her foot, which had just kicked up, lost all strength and slowly fell to the ground. Her life was hanging by a thread. In an instant, all the attacks stopped. Granny Yu's heart pounded in her chest. She'd never been so nervous in her life. "Song Qiuzi, let's talk things out," she exclaimed. Delighted, Duanmu Yao rushed forward, but Song Qiuzi tossed Han Yunxi aside. As soon as she hit the ground, she coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Song Qiuzi not only grabbed her by the neck, but used internal energy to injure her internal organs as well. Duanmu Yao threw herself at her, but Granny Yu didn't hesitate to kick her in the shoulder, sending her tumbling. Her disciples feared that Duanmu Yao was the sect leader's favorite, so they didn't dare to make a move against her. She was ready to risk everything. Granny Yu handed the heavily injured Han Yunxi to a servant girl and went to block Song Qiuzi's path. Despite being hit multiple times by his palms, she held on and tangled with him at the door, refusing to let him take a single step inside. But who would have thought that the two elders from the Hidden Sword Pavilion and the Scripture Pavilion would soon arrive? Yumin, hand over Han Yunxi. So it was all her doing that caused so many of my disciples to be poisoned this month. Yumin, don't say my scripture depositories didn't give you face. Hand over Han Yunxi or face the consequences. It was obvious that Song Qiuzi had instigated these two to make trouble for them. Granny Yu's disciples were no match for them. Seeing them fly towards Han Yunxi, Granny Yu had no choice but to go protect Han Yunxi. As soon as she did, Song Qiuzi strode into the room. Granny Yu fought one against two while her disciples helped her from the sidelines. Only one person was left to protect Han Yunxi. But where did Han Yunxi find the strength to crawl to her feet and rush into the room, even though she was injured like that? Chapter 733. Outside, disciples from the two depositories and courtyards began to arrive. All of Long Fei Ye's trusted aides had arrived to join the melee. Even Su Donglin, who was on standby at Fourth Peak, had rushed over after hearing the news. His body was covered in blood as he fought his way to Abstinence Hall's doors with bloodshot eyes. Even if the sword and scripture depositories had enough evidence to prove that Han Yunxi had poisoned their disciples, they couldn't just barge into Abstinence Hall to arrest her. Poisoning disciples to death was nothing but a laughable excuse. The two depositories had obviously been instigated by Song Qiuzi to kill Han Yunxi today. In any case, the sect leader was in closed-door cultivation. Long Fei Yi couldn't come out. They had an excuse. Duanmu Yao could cover up any heinous crimes for them. The glint of blades and shadows of swords filled the air. As soon as Han Yunxi rushed into the room, Duanmu Yao followed her in and shut the door behind her. Granny Yu was held back by the sword and scripture depository's elders. She could only watch the scene unfold before her eyes, unable to stop them. Han Yunxi had no foundation in martial arts at all, so how could she withstand Song Qiuzi's attacks? Where did she find the strength and courage to charge in? The walls of the secret room made it impossible for wind or sound to pass through. Even if there was a ruckus outside, Long Fei wouldn't be able to hear a thing. Even if he did, he'd be hard-pressed to protect himself at a time like this, much less save someone. Han Yunxi was a weak woman. How was she supposed to face off against a wolf like Song Qiuzi or Duanmu Yao's ruthlessness? Granny Yu looked at the tightly shut door, her heart aching for no reason. Inside the room, Han Yunxi had her back against the stone wall as she faced the approaching Song Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her face was as white as paper. Her body was so weak that she could collapse at any moment, but her eyes weren't cloudy at all. Instead, They shone with a murderous aura that made Song Chiozi cower in fear. Yao Yao, what are you waiting for? Song Chiozi smiled coldly. I'm thinking, should I destroy the right side of her face first or the left? Duanmu Yao laughed heartily. She gripped her long sword tightly as she approached Han Yunxi step by step. Today, she wanted Han Yunxi to pay for all the grievances she had suffered over the past few years. Who knew that Han Yunxi would suddenly curse? Duanmu Yao, even more stupid than this princess consort imagined. Do you know why Long Feiyi looks down on you? Han Yunxi didn't know how long she could hold on. She also didn't know when the reinforcements outside would rush in. She only had one thought in her heart, and that was no matter what method she used, she had to hold on and drag it out. After today, everything will be fine. Duanmu Yao stopped dead in her tracks. She hadn't expected that Han Yunxi would still dare to scold her at a time like this. It's all because of you. Han Yunxi, why did you appear? This princess won't let you, so I'll kill you.
Duanmu Yao raged.
Song Chiozi could tell at a glance that Han Yunxi was stalling for time. Ignoring Duanmu Yao, he raised his sword high and channeled internal energy into it, creating a clanking sword chi as he prepared to slash open the stone door. Han Yunxi cried out, Duanmu Yao, it's because you're so stupid that no medicine can save you. You like Long Feiyi, but you keep harming him. Do you know what Long Feiyi is doing in that secret room? He's in closed-door cultivation. Song Chiozi's real target isn't me, but Long Feiyi. Can't you tell yet? Today's the last day. If he's disturbed, you should know the consequences better than I do. Duanmu Yao gave a start as she looked at Song Chiozi in disbelief. Long Feiyi's in closed-door cultivation again? Why didn't Song Chiozi tell me that? Song Chiozi's sword was already glowing with a brilliant sword on. Just as it was about to strike, Duanmu Yao rushed over and grabbed his hand. You dared to lie to me. Let go. Song Chiozi roared. Duanmu Yao didn't let go, but bit down viciously on his hand. Furious, Song Chiozi shoved her aside. You really are so stupid that no medicine can save you. Duanmu Yao crawled to her feet and spread her arms in front of Song Chiozi's sword. Song Chiozi, even if Long Feiyi dies, he can only die by this princess's hands. He's mine. I won't let you hurt him. Scram, or else old man will kill you too. Song Chiozi said coldly. Try me. Do you think my master doesn't know a thing? Duanmu Yao warned. My master just doesn't want to deal with you. That's all. Try me. I promise he'll make you die a horrible death even if he destroys Celestial Mountain. In the end, Song Chiozi was still afraid of Kenzo. Although he was impatient, he had no choice but to restrain himself and coax Duanmu Yao. Yao Yao, Martial Uncle never expected you to believe Han Yunxi's words and let her sow discord so easily, Song Chiozi said sincerely. How could Martial Uncle kill Fei? If Martial Uncle did, your master wouldn't forgive me either. Uncle Master only wanted to injure him a little and kill his spirit. If he's hurt, he'll have to recuperate on Celestial Mountain for a few months. As for Han Yunxi, Song Chiozi didn't finish, but gave Duanmu Yao a meaningful look. As soon as she thought of Long Feiyi staying on Celestial Mountain for a few months, Duanmu Yao's heart wavered. Han Yunxi wasn't stupid enough to pin her hopes on a woman like Duanmu Yao. She took advantage of Song Chiozi's inattention to shoot multiple poison needles at him. Unfortunately, Song Chiozi was too strong. He knocked them all to the ground with a single hand. Yao Yao, did you see that? Han Yunxi's clearly trying to sow discord between us. Song Chiozi's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. Yao Yao, Martial Uncle never expected an outsider to provoke us. Humph. How infuriating and lamentable. The word we was mixed with a warning, and Duanmu Yao understood that. Without a word, Duanmu Yao backed away and pointed her sword at Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi backed away step by step until her back hit the wall again. She had nowhere else to go. Song Chiozi, do you still remember when this Wang Fei stabbed you with a needle at the top of Celestial Mountain? she asked. This was her final bargaining chip. She'd saved it for Long Fei-yi, but now she had no choice but to use it ahead of time. If Long Fei-yi could defeat Song Qiuzi in the ranking matches and intimidate the other factions, it'd be best if he could peacefully resolve Celestial Mountain's crisis. But if he couldn't win and ended up tearing into Song Qiuzi, then her poisons would definitely help Long Fei-yi. That needle could alleviate the pain in his stomach, but it also contained a slow-acting, hypertoxic poison that couldn't be detected for now. Once the poison took effect, he'd die without a doubt. But in order to keep Song Qiuzi from discovering, Han Yunqi's poison would take at least 2 months to show its effects. Song Qiuzi was slightly alarmed. Although Jun Yixia hadn't replied, he'd invited multiple poisons experts to examine him and found that the poison in his body had long been cured. That's a slow-acting poison. If you don't want to die, then get out. Han Yunqi warned cold. Song Qiuzi laughed out loud. Han Yunqi, do you think old man will believe your lies? Han Yunqi wasn't sure if he'd believe her, but she still held on without a change in her expression. Since Elder Song dares to gamble with his life, then I'll accompany you to the end. In the end, Song Qiuzi wasn't an easy opponent. He didn't believe her. Yao Yao, what are you still spacing out for? So speaking, he slashed at the stone door with his sword. At the same time, Duanmu Yao's sword stabbed towards Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi had nowhere to run or block. Either way, she'd die. Long Fei-yi, I still can't finish the 100 steps with nowhere to run. Han Yunqi chose to advance. She took a step towards Song Qiuzi and spread her arms to block the sword with her body. Long Fei, I'm taking this step towards death for your sake. Does it count as one of the 100 steps I've taken? Long Fei-yi, Yunqi didn't go back on her word. I'll keep waiting, even if I die. Long Fei-yi, are you still leaning against the wall? Long Fei-yi, do you miss Yunqi? Long Fei-yi, Yunqi misses you. I really, really miss you. Song Qiuzi didn't stop. His sword chi was swift and fierce, forcing Han Yunqi to bleed profusely from the corner of her mouth. His sword followed closely behind, slashing viciously at her head.
Boom.
There was a sudden explosion as a powerful force erupted from Han Yunqi's body. It knocked aside the sword and sent Song Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao flying backwards to crash against the door. What just happened? They saw a tall white wolf appear out of thin air in front of Han Yunqi. It was as big as a bear, its fur as white as snow without a trace of impurities. Between its brows was a symbol of a blood-red flame that resembled a burning sacred flame. It stared at Song Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao, its demonic red eyes glowing with a strange light. They were filled with an unusual coldness and viciousness. Both Song Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao were stunned by the aura of a king emanating from the white wolf's body. It was clearly a beast, but it seemed like a high and lofty king of humans. What is this thing? Where did it come from? Han Yunqi fell to the ground as waves of dizziness washed over her head. When Song Qiuzi's sword slashed at her, she felt the entire poison storage space boil. She didn't know what happened, but she felt something fly out of the space beyond her control. All sorts of poisons flew about inside the space, causing her dizziness to intensify. Still, Han Yunqi forced herself to hold on. She looked at the mighty white wolf in front of her and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Lil Thing. She muttered to herself in disbelief. Has Lil Thing recovered? Is this Lil Thing's true form? The white wolf turned to look at Han Yunqi. As soon as it saw the bloodstain by her lips, the symbol between its brows glowed red. The white wolf immediately turned towards Song Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao with a roar, revealing a pair of blood-red fangs. Blood fangs. Song Qiuzi was alarmed. Poison beast. It's the poison sex poison beast. Only poison beasts have blood fangs. Duanmu Yao was even more shocked. She had teamed up with Jun Yixia to enter the sky pit for the sake of this poison beast. Although she'd never seen the beast in person, she remembered Jun Yixia saying that its fangs were the color of blood. Once bitten, one would die from poison. Moreover, its blood wasn't poisonous and could cure hundreds of poisons. When they entered the sky pit, all they saw were shackles and handcuffs, but not a trace of the poison beast. Why would it appear out of thin air here? And why would it protect Han Yunshi? Could it be? Duanmu Yao cried out in alarm. Han Yunshi, you stole the poison beast.
No.
No one can steal the poison beast, Song Chiozi denied immediately. In disbelief, he said, Han Yunshi, you're actually a descendant of the poison sect. Chapter 734. If they didn't recognize those blood-red fangs, no one would have guessed that this majestic white wolf was the poison sect's poison beast. Everyone knew that the poison beast's name was Gu Shu, so it should be a rodent. Han Yunshi never expected her poison sect identity to be exposed at a time like this, but she didn't have time to think. Right now, her mind was preoccupied with one thing. Has Lil Thing fully recovered? Can it deal with Song Chiozi? Blood-red flames burned between its brows as the white wolf gave a low howl. Step by step, it advanced towards Song Chiozi and Duanmu Yao. Duanmu Yao was at a loss for what to do when Song Chiozi grabbed her hand and fled out the door. Han Yunshi rejoiced. If Song Chiozi's gone, then he won't be able to deal with the white wolf. In that case, she and Long Fei Yi should be safe for now. Her nerves, which were so tense that they were about to break, finally relaxed. The white wolf chased after them, while Han Yunshi forced herself to endure the pain and exhaustion in her body to follow. But as soon as they stepped outside, everything went against their wishes. All the fighting outside the door stopped, and the whole place was silent. Everyone, including Su Donglin and the others, stared blankly at the big white wolf that was taller than a man. They were all dumbfounded. That's the poison sect's poison beast. Look at its fangs. Once you're bitten, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Song Chiozi suddenly shouted. Han Yunshi is the poison sect's descendant. Long Fei Yi brought her to Celestial Mountain to lure the wolf into the house with ill intentions. Old man lured the poison beast out today so everyone can see that this woman can't be left alive. Song Chiozi's words reversed the situation. Crimes like trespassing, framing, and murder no longer mattered. As long as Han Yunshi was the poison sect's descendant, then everything he did today was right. Han Yunshi was stunned. Only then did she realize the serious consequences of exposing her identity. Ever since the poison sect was destroyed by the medical academy and listed as a taboo sect, it had been labeled as an evil faction by the mainstream powers of Cloud Realm continent. Its reputation was 100 times worse than the 100 poison sects. It could be said that all righteous factions wanted to kill it. Even the powers of the imperial court didn't dare to associate themselves with the poison sect. Once her identity was exposed, it meant that she would become the enemy of all the forces in the world. Everyone had the right to kill her. Back then, in order to hide this matter, in order to lure Mu Xian out, in order to keep this secret forever, Muing Dong had spent a lot of effort. Han Yunshi suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She knew that she was in big trouble, and Long Fei Yi was also in big trouble. Yunshi Yu, Granny Yu couldn't believe it. Although she didn't want to, the terrifying fangs of the white wolf forced her to believe it. You're actually a remnant of the poison sect. I must have been blind to risk my life to protect you. Granny Yu's change in attitude proved just how cruel reality was. Her birth could deny everything about her. I really am a descendant of the poison sect, Han Yunshi admitted openly. But this has nothing to do with Long Fei Yi. He doesn't know about this at all. Whatever you want to do, come at me alone.
Ha ha ha.
Song Chiozi laughed out loud. How could Long Fei Yi not know about this? Someone come, grab this woman before we talk. Although they feared the poison beast, the disciples of Lockhart Courtyard, sword depositories, and scripture depositories all came forward to surround Han Yunshi and the white wolf. The white wolf gave a low howl as it scanned its surroundings with cold eyes, ready to pounce at any moment. When Song Chiozi saw that the abstinence courtyard disciples didn't move, he looked coldly at Granny Yu. What, human? Are you going to shield a remnant of the poison sect? Long Fei Yi colluded with the remnants of the poison sect and led the wolf into the house. He's lost all face for my Tianshan Kenzo. You're the head of the abstinence courtyard. It's one thing for you to shield him, but are you going to join forces with the poison sect against Celestial Mountain as well? The abstinence courtyard couldn't bear the crime of colluding with the poison sect. Neither could Tianshan Kenzo. Once the world found out that Tianshan Kenzo had dealings with the poison sect, Tianshan Kenzo's reputation would be ruined. Moreover, it'd be hard to explain things to Medical City. Granny Yu grew anxious. Stop slandering my abstinence courtyard. Stop slandering Fei. Neither this old woman nor Fei knew about this. Then what does your abstinence courtyard mean by not joining forces against the enemies? Song Chiozi retorted. Granny Yu glanced at the white wolf before speaking icily to Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi, if you really want Fei's best interests, then give yourself up. Han Yunxi smiled coldly. Will he spare Long Fei Yi if I give myself up? Granny Yu, can you guarantee that the stone door won't be pushed open? Granny Yu couldn't answer. Han Yunxi walked to the white wolf's side and placed a hand on its body. She stared straight into Song Chiozi's treacherous eyes and said word by word, Song Chiozi, there's no need for such pompous words. No one can enter this door today, no matter who it is. Abruptly, a firm voice rose from the crowd. Protect His Highness Duke of Qin. Protect esteemed Wang Fei. Su Donglin propped himself up from a pool of blood with his sword. His face and body were covered in blood, but his gaze was resolute as he walked step by step towards Han Yunxi. As everyone watched, Song Chiozi suddenly kicked out viciously, sending Su Donglin flying. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Song Chiozi. Han Yunxi raged. The white wolf suddenly flew over and caught Su Donglin before he hit the ground. Seeing the white wolf fly out, Song Chiozi and the rest immediately attacked Han Yunxi. After all, the best way to subdue the white wolf was to take Han Yunxi as a hostage. But a dozen or so Celestial Mountain disciples surrounded Song Chiozi and the rest. Before they could hold on any longer, the white wolf returned with Su Donglin in its mouth. In a flash, Song Chiozi and the rest scattered in all directions, their swords at the ready. The white wolf placed the unconscious Su Donglin on the ground before crawling at Han Yunxi's feet. This, Han Yunxi hesitated before stroking the white wolf's head. Then she boldly sat behind it. This was the safest position. Once Han Yunxi was seated, the white wolf slowly rose to its feet. It stood right in front of the door, narrowing its scarlet eyes as it glared at them. The dozen or so Celestial Mountain disciples lined up behind the white wolf and Han Yunxi to guard the door. Song Chiozi could clearly sense the energy within the room weakening. Although he didn't know what it was, he was certain that Long Fei Yi was absorbing its energy. There wasn't much time left. No matter what he did, he couldn't let Long Fei Yi succeed. Yumin, if the four of us work together, we'll definitely be able to trap this poison beast. Song Chiozi said loudly. Granny Yu didn't answer, but went to stand by Song Chiozi's side. She didn't want to hurt Long Fei Yi, but she had to be responsible to Tianshan Kenzo. Capturing the poison beast and Han Yunxi was her responsibility. If the sect leader was here today, he wouldn't let Han Yunxi off either. In the face of Tianshan's righteousness, Long Fei Yi's life was nothing. Since Han Yunxi wouldn't allow herself to be captured, Granny Yu had no choice but to fight. The four great elders' swords clanged as they emitted a murderous aura. When the white wolf sensed the murderous aura, the anger in its eyes burned even more. Before the four great elders could make a move, the white wolf had already pounced forward. Although its figure was large, it was extremely agile, as fast as an arrow leaving the bow. Song Chiozi exchanged glances with his eldest disciple, Heilian, before charging at the poison beast. He shouted, "Celestial sword formation, get into formation." The other three great elders stood in three different directions in the air, their swords clanging. They attacked the white wolf from all directions at the same time, their momentum surging. The white wolf allowed them to attack as it focused on Tsongchiozi. It struck out with its paw, sending a powerful gust of wind that forced Tsongchiozi to dodge. The three swords stabbed at the white wolf, but none of them could pierce through. The white wolf's other paw swiped at the dodging Tsongchiozi, while its tail swept second elder to the ground. Third elder and Granny, you quickly backed away, while third elder cried out in alarm. Boss, the poison beast is invulnerable to weapons. What do we do? Tsongchiozi crouched down, narrowly avoiding being scratched by the white wolf's claws. He backed away as well. Inescapable snare. Trap it. As soon as he spoke, the white wolf pounced in front of him with its bloody maw. Tsongchiozi jumped in fright. This poison beast was even more frightening than he imagined. Quick on his feet, he used his sword to block the white wolf's mouth and narrowly escaped death. Han Yunxi seized the chance to shoot out needles, but Tsongchiozi had no choice but to abandon his sword and leap into the air. The white wolf bit down viciously and broke Tsongchiozi's sword. Seeing this, Tsongchiozi grew alarmed and cried out, "Set up the inescapable snare formation. Hurry." The inescapable snare formation was Tianshan Kenzo's most powerful formation. As long as it was set up, it was more than enough to trap the white wolf. Once again, the three elders took up positions on three sides of the formation. Tsongchiozi stood in front of the white wolf and shouted at his eldest disciple, Ilian, sword. Ilian was currently fighting with the disciples guarding the gates when he turned back to throw his sword at them. Han Yunxi shot out multiple poison needles at him, forcing him to dodge. His sword fell to the ground before he could throw it. The white wolf pounced at Tsongchiozi, who had no sword in his hand. He turned to flee, but the white wolf didn't let him go. It bit into Tsongchiozi's robes and tore them to shreds. The three elders rushed over to save him, but none of them were a match for the white wolf. Not only did they have to avoid it, but they also had to guard against Han Yunxi's poison needles. Soon enough, they were all covered in wounds from the wolf's claws. The white wolf's only target seemed to be Tsongchiozi. It forced him into a corner, leaving him nowhere to run. It growled angrily as its blood-red fangs prepared to tear him to pieces at any moment. At this moment, second and third elder suddenly unleashed their sword-ons at Han Yunxi. The white wolf was the best at retreating, so it turned to attack second and third elder instead. Thrilled, Tsongchiozi cried, "Attack Han Yunxi and restrain it." But they were wrong. The white wolf easily dodged their attacks with Han Yunxi in tow until they were right in front of them. It looked like Tsongchiozi was about to suffer a calamity. Abruptly, Tsongchiozi's warning rose from behind. "Han Yunxi, if you really care about Long Fei Yi, you'd better give yourself up immediately." Han Yunxi looked back and saw that Ilian had killed another disciple guarding the gates. The gates of Abstinence Hall were about to be breached. The white wolf seemed to sense the danger behind it as well, because it suddenly gave up on Tsongchiozi and turned to kill its way back. As soon as it returned, Ilian and his men scattered in all directions. But as soon as the white wolf sat down by the door, an incomparably vigorous, earth-shattering wave of energy hit him in the face and knocked him and Han Yunxi aside. The white wolf and Han Yunxi flew backwards until they crashed through the gates of Abstinence Hall. Still, they couldn't stop themselves from smashing through everything in their way before slamming into a stone wall. The white wolf lay paralyzed on the ground while Han Yunxi lay sprawled on its back, spitting up a mouthful of blood. The inside of the room was a mess, while the outside was silent. He saw a tall figure slowly walking in. Chapter 735. A deep crack appeared on the impenetrable stone wall behind him as the white wolf crashed into it. However, no one paid any attention to this. All sorts of feelings welled up in Han Yunxi's heart as she looked at the tall figure walking in. That person was none other than the sword sex elder, Li Jianxin. He's finally here. Now that he's here, Long Fei, you will be fine.
But what about me?
Han Yunxi suddenly smiled. She knew it was hard to escape this calamity. The killing intent from before was enough to prove old Kenzo's stance. Old Kenzo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his silver hair neatly combed. His tall and proud figure was like a mountain as he stood there, suppressing all chaos and blocking Han Yunqi's path of survival. Poison sect spawn, you dare to bring disaster to my celestial mountain? Old Kenzo's booming voice echoed throughout the room. Outside, everyone was gathered in a circle, afraid to speak. Even Duanmu, Yao felt fear. She'd followed her master for so long, but she'd never seen him so angry before. He'll definitely kill Han Yunqi. Duanmu Yao's heart leaped with joy. She knew she was about to win. Han Yunqi lay sprawled on the white wolf's back, so weak that she could fall at any moment. Still, she grit her teeth and held on. Her words were sonorous. I really am a descendant of the poison sect, but I didn't bring disaster to your celestial mountain. It was your elders who went too far. She acknowledged her identity as a descendant of the poison sect, and the poison beast was hers, so she had to acknowledge it. But why should she admit to a groundless accusation? Old Kenzo never expected Han Yunqi to admit her identity so easily. He'd fallen ill yesterday and had just recovered. He remembered that today was the last day of Fei's closed-door cultivation and the most crucial day. Thus, he didn't even bother to rest before leaving Jiexong Hall. But who knew that the moment he stepped out of the door, he'd hear a servant report what had happened in the abstinence hall. Han Yunqi was a remnant of the poison sect and had summoned her poison beast to fight with the two pavilions and halls. He still could not believe it and immediately rushed over. Indeed, the abstinence hall was littered with casualties. Han Yunqi was riding on the back of the poisonous beast, facing off against everyone. He had always trusted Fei's eyes. Before long Fei Yi brought Han Yunqi to Celestial Mountain, he already had some understanding of her and admired her in his heart. But he never expected her to be a descendant of the poison sect. How dare he cause trouble on Tianshan Mountain? No scourge? You summoned a poisonous beast to injure my Celestial Mountain disciples. How do you explain that? Han Yunqi, you deceived Long Fei Yi and used him to ascend to Heaven's Peak. What are your intentions? The white wolf seemed to understand the old man's words. It was already growling, but now it grew even angrier. It opened its mouth wide and growled at the old man. After comforting the white wolf, Han Yunqi straightened her back and stared straight at the Kenzo. Your Celestial Mountain's 4 elders and disciples from the 2 pavilions and halls make up nearly 100 people. Do you have any sense of shame when you surround a weak woman like me? Is this the style of the head of the martial arts world, Tianshan Kenzo? How am I supposed to protect myself without summoning the poison beast? Where did I go wrong? The Kenzo gave a start as Zhang Qiuzi suddenly rushed in. His clothes were in tatters, and he cut a sorry figure. His angry expression turned savage. He knew that he wouldn't be able to touch Long Fei Yi today. In that case, he'd have to cripple Long Fei Yi's strongest ally, Han Yunqi, before he came out. Han Yunqi, you still have the guts to quibble? Old man has long suspected that you're a remnant of the poison sect and came to Celestial Mountain to plot against us. That's why he brought people to the abstinence courtyard today. I never expected you to really summon the poison beast. Zhang Qiuzi pointed at Han Yunqi and cursed. Tell me, what are your intentions in seducing Fei? What do you want to use him for? Second and third elder followed in, as well. Second elder reported, Sect head elder, we've already discussed this matter with the head elder, so we're here today to help the head elder uncover the remnants of the poison sect. May sect leader judge clearly. May sect leader judge clearly. No matter what, the remnants of the poison sect can't be left alive. Third elder declared. Granny Yu had long entered the room, but she stood behind the crowd without a word. I never expected a dignified Celestial Mountain elder to be so despicable and deceitful. Han Yunqi shook her head. Zhang Qiuzi's true target is Long Fei Yi. Granny Yu, you know best what happened today. Yunqi doesn't ask for your favoritism, but only the truth. Granny Yu furrowed her brows as she looked at Han Yunqi, without a word. "Human, speak," Old Man Kenzo said coldly. Granny Yu's gaze turned complicated. She told the old man about how Song Chiozi and Duanmu Yao had forced their way into the abstinence courtyard and slandered Han Yunxi for poisoning. But in the end, she added, this old woman didn't know that Han Yunxi was a remnant of the poison sect. As for whether Head Elder was purposely causing trouble in the abstinence courtyard to lure out the poison beast, this old woman isn't sure. After learning that Han Yunxi was a remnant of the poison sect, this old woman didn't try to shield her. Although Granny Yu didn't defend her, at least she didn't slander her. Han Yunxi silently exhaled in relief. She didn't add anything else, trusting that Old Man Kenzo could see everything clearly and Song Chiozi's motives. Sect head, we didn't slander Han Yunxi for poisoning her. Yao Yao was the one who said it. Yao Yao has a witness. She was poisoned herself. Song Chiozi cleverly avoided mentioning the Long Fei Yi incident. As soon as he finished, Duanmu Yao entered and walked to Old Man Kenzo's side, sobbing. She rolled up her sleeves to reveal her terrifying rose vines. Master, look, my face is already ruined, but she still won't let it go. Duanmu Yao tugged at Old Man Kenzo's hand and suddenly fell to her knees, sobbing miserably. Master, Yao Yao's begging you. Don't meddle in my affairs with senior brother anymore. Yao Yao's scared. Yao Yao's scared after being tormented by her. Old Man Kenzo watched his beloved disciple cry like this, feeling both angry and irritated. But he was still the head of a sect. As long as his illness didn't act up, he could keep his cool. What did that mean? It meant he was cold-blooded enough. He could tell Song Chiozi's true intentions and that he couldn't harm Fei, so he wanted to get rid of Han Yunxi first. At the same time, he could tell that Yao Yao's poison had nothing to do with Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke Song Chiozi and Yao Yao, much less use something as obvious as poison. She had been slandered, but she had to bear the crime of poisoning Yao Yao and die. Even if she didn't, Yao Yao, Song Chiozi, second elder, and third elder would have to bear the brunt of the crime. The news had already spread throughout Celestial Mountain, so it was impossible to summon them to Celestial Mountain for a private chat like before. He would punish Yao Yao and the other elders in private, but he had to protect them on the surface. Protecting them was the same as protecting Celestial Mountain Kenzo's honor. Moreover, he was most worried about Fei. As long as Fei emerged from closed-door cultivation, he could participate in the ranking matches and inherit the position of sect leader. At a time like this, Fei couldn't afford to be dragged down by Han Yunxi. Even if Fei didn't participate in the ranking matches, he couldn't be involved with the remnants of the poison sect. Once news of this spread, Fei would become the target of all of Cloud Realm continent. Even the South Central region's commander-in-chief's estate would betray him. Thus, whether or not Fei knew Han Yunxi's identity, he had to get rid of this source of trouble before he emerged from closed-door cultivation. Kenzo's eyes flashed with ruthlessness before he asked coldly, Han Yunxi, where's the antidote? Han Yunxi only smiled coldly. Does this old Kenzo believe that I was the one who poisoned him? She didn't even want to call him master anymore. Coldly, she said, I don't have it. This Grandmaster will give you one last chance. Hand over the antidote. Kenzo raged. Will you let me go if I hand over the antidote? Han Yunxi laughed out loud. Even she found her words laughable. We can leave your corpse intact. Kenzo's face was expressionless. No need. Han Yunxi supported herself with one hand on the white wolf's back to steady her weak body. She pointed at Duanmu Yao with the other. I want her buried with me. Song Chiozi hastily added. She's not the only one who knows how to cure rose vines. Senior brother, don't be fooled by her. She's using Yao Yao to threaten us. Duanmu Yao had no antidote, but there were still 3 days before the poison flared up. She could find Jun Xie. She could find other poison masters.
She wouldn't die.
Duanmu Yao looked at the vines on her hands and steeled her heart. Master, Eliminating the remnants of the poison sect is more important. Don't worry about Yao Yao. Yao Yao will definitely find the antidote. Since her face was ruined, she might as well ruin her body as well. At the very least, Song Chiozi would lose interest in her in the future. As long as Han Yunxi was dead, no one would try to steal Long Feiyi from her. Master would definitely make Long Feiyi take responsibility for her. Kenzo fell silent for a while before giving orders coldly. Someone come, write a letter to Medical City's Academy head Gu. Just say that this esteemed one has asked him to find an antidote for rose vines. Poisons were taboo in Medical City, but they still had their own poison doctors. He knew that Juni Xie must have won, but he had no choice but to ask Medical City for it. At Kenzo's words, Song Chiozi, second elder, and third elder immediately gathered around them. Granny Yu hesitated for a moment, but eventually joined them. It was obvious that the sect head was bent on killing Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi looked at the five of them without fear. Instead, she threw her head back and laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Song Chiozi asked. "What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at a weak woman like me, who doesn't know any martial arts. What qualifications do I have? How could I trap Kenzo's sect head and 4 elders in a small room like this? Ha ha, Han Yunxi, will die proud today." Han Yunxi said loudly. Yes, she was proud. She rode on the White Wolf's back, looking down at Tianshan Kenzo's experts and all of Tianshan Kenzo with disdain. There was no fear, only contempt. Everyone felt a stab of pain from her mocking smile. Even Song Chiozi didn't dare to look her in the eye.
Clang.
With a whistle, Kenzo's old man unsheathed his blazing ice sword. One side of the blade was filled with fire, while the other side was filled with ice. Fire and ice intertwined perfectly with each other, creating a brilliant radiance. It was aimed straight at Han Yunxi.
Oh.
The White Wolf leapt angrily over Kenzo's sword and swooped down on Kenzo, forcing the old man to retreat out of the room. The White Wolf followed closely behind, its howls like the howling wind that hurt. Second and third elder chased after them, but Song Chiozi didn't move. Seeing Granny Yu staring at him, he had no choice but to give up on Long Feiyi and chase after the old man. No one else knew why Kenzo's old man had fled at the first blow, but Granny Yu knew. He didn't want to destroy Abstinence Hall and disturb Long Feiyi. Granny Yu hurried after him, too preoccupied to notice the cracks in the walls. As soon as Granny Yu reached the door, she was blinded by a flash of red and blue sword-on. The sword-on was magnificent and contained an unparalleled amount of strength as it flew towards Han Yunxi and the White Wolf like a hot knife through butter. Chapter 736. The dazzling sword-on was like a raging flood, whistling through the air until there was nowhere to run. Han Yunxi knew that this was the moment between life and death. The White Wolf knew that it was impossible to escape this calamity. Han Yunxi shut her eyes and tried to focus. She wanted to draw the White Wolf into her poison storage space. Since she couldn't escape, she couldn't let Lil Thing fall into their hands. She could still focus in the face of death. Her heart was still strong, so the only thing that hurt her was her body. But both her poison storage space and detox system were in a state of collapse. She couldn't operate them at all. Her eyes widened in shock. How could this be? In a flash, the White Wolf suddenly stood up and raised its claws. No! Han Yunxi shouted, but it was too late. The sword-on struck the White Wolf's chest, but Han Yunxi grabbed onto its fur and hovered behind its back. She was unharmed. The fact that the White Wolf had been knocked aside proved that Kenzo's internal energy was strong enough that the White Wolf was no match for him. She could clearly feel the White Wolf's body shudder. It wouldn't die, but it would hurt. Li Kenshin, you guys. Before Han Yunxi could finish, the sword sect master viciously swung his sword again, sending a sword on as swift as lightning. The White Wolf howled and tried to flee with Han Yunxi in tow, but it was obvious that it couldn't escape. The sword Qi slashed at its hind legs. Awah! The white wolf howled in pain. If not for its undying body, it would have died long ago. Who could withstand old Kenzo's sword? Li Kenshin, don't hurt it. Another sword strike landed on the white wolf's abdomen. The white wolf was clearly in unbearable pain. It suddenly fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground. Han Yunxi didn't have enough strength to hold on, so she was sent flying. Song Qiuzi immediately swung his sword at her, but the white wolf ignored the pain in his abdomen to leap up in time to block the blow and catch Han Yunxi. However, Kenshin Li's sword did not stop there. His face was as cold as ice as he swung his sword again and again. His speed was extremely fast, and his power was boundless. He was Cloud Realm Continent's #1 expert. His sword was the most powerful in all of Cloud Realm Continent. Even a poisonous beast couldn't withstand such a high-intensity attack. The white wolf couldn't take the initiative to attack, and its dodging speed became slower and slower. It could only take a beating. But even so, it still protected Han Yunxi and did not let Han Yunxi get hurt. Seeing that the white wolf didn't have much strength left, Song Qiuzi shouted, "Let's go together and help the sect leader. We'll attack Han Yunxi together." Seeing that the sect leader didn't speak, the three elders and Song Qiuzi took to the skies to attack Han Yunxi from above. At this point, Han Yunxi's poison needles were completely useless. The white wolf fought 1 against 5 and took all of the sword Qi from Kenzo and the 4 elders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of sword Qi lashed out like whips, ruthlessly striking the white wolf's body. The white wolf no longer roared, nor did it dodge. Instead, it stared fiercely at the sword sect elder and the others. It allowed them to hit it, but it refused to submit. Han Yunxi's heart broke. She wrapped her arms around the white wolf's neck and sobbed by its ear. "Lil Thing, I know you're Lil Thing. Be good, won't you? Lil Thing is the most obedient. Be good, won't you? Run away first, won't you? I'll be fine. Lil Thing, I'm begging you. Run away first, won't you? We can't beat them. So hurry up and run. Go find Beiwei." So speaking, Han Yunxi released her grip and jumped off the white wolf's back. At this moment, Song Qiuzi's sword Qi slammed into Han Yunxi's abdomen, sending Han Yunxi flying into the distance. Her body was as light as a leaf in the wind as fresh blood spurted from her wound like a beautiful flower blooming in the air. What? The white wolf howled like a madman, its cries echoing throughout Tianshan Kenzo and stunning everyone. Even Elder Kenzo was stunned and stopped attacking. Han Yunxi landed on the ground, barely breathing, but she held on. She waved weakly at Lil Thing, indicating for it to leave. But how could the white wolf leave? It pounced at Song Qiuzi like a madman, but before it could reach him, Elder Kenzo's sword stabbed at Han Yunxi mercilessly. The white wolf had no choice but to turn around to protect her. Elder Kenzo's sword was pressed against its chest, unable to pierce any further. But Elder Kenzo's ferocious attacks were futile. Using his sword as a medium, he unleashed a powerful burst of qi against the white wolf's chest. The white wolf stood in front of Han Yunxi and refused to budge. "Don't. Lil Thing, go. Go. Lil Thing, listen to me, won't you?" Han Yunxi shouted and tugged with all her might, but the white wolf didn't budge. The crowd gaped at the sight. They'd never seen a poison beast before, but they'd all heard of the poison sect's poison beasts. They were vicious, cunning, and bloodthirsty, capable of poisoning the world. However, the poisonous beast in front of him was completely different from what was described in the legends. Its loyalty and stubbornness were enough to move anyone. But so what if they were moved? With Elder Kenzo personally taking action, who would dare to stop him? The disciples at the peak who'd sided with Han Yunxi had long fallen silent. Meanwhile, Su Donglin lay in a pool of blood on the side, his life or death unknown. The white wolf stubbornly endured the endless sword qi until the gunpowder in its forehead finally dimmed. It slowly turned to look at Han Yunxi. Its cruel, cold eyes suddenly softened as a single tear trickled down its face. It was a mixture of self-blame and grief. Mama Yunshi, I'm sorry. Lil Thing has already done its best. Abruptly, its large body transformed into a tiny squirrel that fell to the ground. Its pure white fur was stained with its master's blood. It wouldn't die, but it would hurt. What kind of pain was that? All the pain that the huge body had to endure was suddenly added to the palm-sized body. What kind of pain was that? It curled up into a ball and trembled. Han Yunshi hastily scooped up Lil Thing, her hands stained with blood that stained its fur red. She quickly hid Lil Thing in her medical pouch, hoping to warm it up. But soon enough, Elder Kenzo's sword was right in front of her. Han Yunshi, descendant of the poison sect, you must die. Do you want to end your own life, or do you want the senior to do it? Choose one. Han Yunshi raised her head in fury and gripped Elder Kenzo's sword with both hands. I choose neither, she roared. Who has the right to decide one's background? Why should they take my life just because I'm a descendant of the poison sect? What outrageous things have I done? Which innocent person have I poisoned to death?
Speak.
Li Kenshin, speak. If you can't, then I won't accept this. Han Yunshi refused to accept this. Silence fell upon the crowd, including Elder Kenzo. Everyone was staring at Han Yunshi's hands. She gripped Elder Kenzo's sword tightly as blood flowed from her wounds. No one would have thought that this weak and powerless woman would be able to hold on until now. How stupid was she to grab Elder Kenzo's sword with her bare hands? But no one present, including Duan Muyao, could laugh. What else could this woman do besides block with her bare hands? Granny Yu couldn't help averting her eyes. She couldn't bear to watch. She was afraid that if she kept watching, she'd waver and lose control of herself to save her. This girl was so good, so good. Why did she have to be a descendant of the poison sect? Why did she have to expose herself at the peak of Celestial Mountain? Let go. Elder Kenzo finally spoke, his voice calm and emotionless. I won't. Not even if I die. Han Yunshi's stubbornness was heart-wrenching. I won't accept this. I won't accept this even if I die. Her body was weak, but her spine was straight and unyielding. Her purple dress was stained with blood, but her soul was pure and unsullied. Han Yunshi, you didn't do anything wrong.
But you must die.
Elder Kenzo said indifferently before exerting force. His sword pierced through Han Yunshi's hands. Suddenly, a beam of sword chi shot out from the side, piercing through multiple Celestial Mountain disciples, before landing on the back of Elder Kenzo's hand. The sword sect master did not expect this, and subconsciously let go. His hand was safe, but his sword was in Han Yunshi's hands as well. Han Yunshi looked back and saw the Celestial Mountain disciples fall to the ground one by one. Then a familiar figure flew towards her. Long Fei Yi. A month apart felt like 1,000 years. A single wall separated them into life and death. Long Fei Yi, Yunshi's finally waiting for you. Luckily, I didn't give up. Han Yunshi wanted to laugh, but her tears flowed uncontrollably. When she saw him, all of her stubbornness, persistence, and strength crumbled away. Her hands fell limply to her sides as Elder Kenzo's sword clattered to the ground. Han Yunshi had no strength left as she slowly toppled to the ground. Before she lost consciousness, she felt a familiar warmth against her. Long Fei Ye's embrace. Long Fei's naturally handsome face turned frighteningly cold as he cradled the frail woman who looked like she could be carried away by the wind. His eyes were hooded as he gently smoothed out Han Yunshi's messy hair and wiped away the bloodstains on her face. Silence fell upon the scene. Even Elder Kenzo didn't make a sound. His eyes flickered between light and dark as he wore a complicated expression. Long Fei Yi was even quieter, to the point that it made one's heart tremble with fear. He tore off a corner of his robes and carefully bandaged Han Yunshi's hands. Then he began to inspect her body for injuries, both internal and external. Her stomach was the worst of all. The quieter he grew, the stronger his killing intent. Song Qiuzi, and the rest were already on guard. Long Fei Yi channeled true qi into Han Yunqi's body to protect her life. Then, he gently placed her on the ground and took off his clean black robes to cover her. As soon as the black robe was taken off, everyone sucked in a cold breath. He was only wearing a pure white robe, but his back was soaked with blood. Whip wounds could be faintly seen on his back. He planted a light kiss on Han Yunqi's lips before rising to his feet. He coldly swept his gaze over everyone present, his pitch-black eyes blazing with a monstrous rage. He was furious. Those who have hurt her must all die. Silence fell upon the scene. Even the sound of the wind could be heard. Fei. Before Elder Kenzo could speak, Long Fei Yi suddenly pointed his sword at him. You're the first. Chapter 737. The head of the Kenzo sucked in a cold breath. He never expected Long Fei Yi to say such things to him. Over the years, he'd treated Long Fei Yi as well as his own child. Aside from Duanmu Yao, he treated the boy unconditionally. But today, Fei had turned against him for the sake of a woman? Fei, do you know what you're saying? The head of the Kenzo seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as he backed up a few steps. Fei, you actually want to kill your master? Your lordship won't spare a single one of those who hurt her. The profound frost sword seemed to sense its master's rage as it clanged with Long Fei Yi's words. It was itching to attack the head of the Kenzo at any moment. The head of the Kenzo grew angry. Fei, do you know who this woman is? Who is she? Of course Long Fei Yi knew. He not only knew that Han Yunqi was a descendant of the poison sect, but also that Han Yunqi was the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan. The descendants of the poison sect were feared and suppressed by various powers in Cloud Realm continent. Every single one of them would try to kill them, while the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan had an irreconcilable grudge against him. But so what? What did any of this have to do with Han Yunqi? Han Yunqi had never participated in the poison sect's ambitions to poison the world. Han Yunqi had no idea about the enmity between Western Qin and East Qin. Even now, she didn't know about her other identity. What wrong had she done? She was the same as him, unable to choose her parents or birth. But neither of them had accepted their fates, had they? No matter who she was, he only knew that she was the unyielding bride who'd walked into the Duke of Qin's estate in the face of ridicule. She was the weak woman who'd single-handedly fought against the entire Tianing imperial clan. She was the doctor who'd taken over Medicine City with her bare hands and helped countless people in the world. She was the woman he'd cherished for 4 years, the one he couldn't bear to hurt. She was his wife, his one and only. How could she be injured like this? How could this be? She's a descendant of the poison sect, Long Fei Yi said. The stone wall cracked. He had heard everything that Elder Kenzo and the 4 elders had said when they were attacking Han Yunqi. Even though he had yet to fully control the lust bite power, he still came out of seclusion in advance. Separated by a wall, the woman he loved was being bullied outside, but he couldn't save her. No one could understand how painful that feeling was. This was the first time in his life that he had lost his cool. He didn't want to calm down at all. You. Kenzo was furious, but he still tried his best to cover for Long Fei Yi. Fei, it's not too late for you to find out now. Everyone has the right to punish the remnants of the poison sect. Tianshan Kenzo, will never shield them. After I kill her, I'll bring you to Medicine City to beg for forgiveness. The ignorant are not guilty. Academy head Gu will definitely show leniency. Kenzo was saying this on purpose. He was hinting at the severity of Long Fei Yi's situation. He trusted that Fei was smart enough to pick up on his good intentions. He knew that Han Yunqi hadn't poisoned any of the Celestial Mountain disciples. He also knew that Han Yunqi hadn't done anything outrageous for the poison sect, but Han Yunqi had to die. Once Han Yunqi's identity as a poison sect descendant was exposed, it would definitely implicate Fei. Forget about the position of Tianshan Kenzo's sect head. Even his influence in the secular imperial court would be greatly affected. Fei's own reputation would be ruined as well. As soon as word got out, Medical City would be the first to make trouble for him. Both the martial arts circles and the imperial court would band together to pressure him. When that happened, the various aristocratic families in South Ning's commander-in-chief's estate would seize the chance to make a fuss. Long Fei had worked so hard to set up a perfect trap in Cloud Realm Continent's imperial court, but it was very likely that Han Yunxi would ruin it all. His decades' worth of hard work would all go down the drain. Even the powers within the East Qin imperial clan would oppose him. He couldn't lose everything for the sake of a woman. He couldn't bear the infamy of the world for her sake. Long Fei laughed out loud. Of course he understood his master's words, but he never thought that the old man in Kenzo, who was as important as a father in his heart, didn't understand him at all. He'd said it a long time ago. Han Yunxi, I won't trade away my country. To betray an innocent woman for the sake of power, and the world, he could not do such a thing. The so-called righteous sects and righteous paths are nothing more than this. Long Fei's mouth revealed endless ridicule. He didn't want to listen to the old man in Kenzo's nonsense anymore. He held his sword with both hands and suddenly soared into the sky. No one knew what kind of power he'd given the profound frost treasure sword, but everyone present could feel the surging waves of power from his profound frost treasure sword. It was extremely terrifying. Only now did the old man in Kenzo accept the fact that Long Fei really wanted to kill him. He reached out and grabbed the air, causing the scorching ice treasure sword to fly into his hand. He tapped his foot lightly and easily flew into the sky. Standing against the wind, his cold eyes stared at Long Fei. You've disappointed your master too much. The old man in Kenzo deliberately lowered his voice, wanting to persuade Long Fei. As long as Long Fei changed his mind and killed Han Yunxi, the situation wouldn't be so serious. Using the strong to bully the weak, using numbers to bully the few. The two depositories and courtyards, as well as you, the master of 10,000 swords, teamed up to bully a woman who doesn't know martial arts. Your lordship doesn't have a master like you. Long Fei gave a cold snort. You? The old man in Kenzo was furious, but he couldn't retort. Long Fei was about to attack when he saw Song Qiuzi, second elder, and third elder trying to hurt Han Yunxi. You're seeking death. Furious, he slashed down viciously right next to Song Qiuzi. If they weren't so close to Han Yunxi, he would have killed them long ago for fear of hurting Han Yunxi. Song Qiuzi was quick enough to dodge the blow and only received a few superficial wounds. Second and third elder were both blasted away to crash to the side with internal injuries. They were all given a fright. None of them expected Long Fei's martial arts to improve so quickly. Just what level was his internal energy now? Was he at the 8th level like the sect leader? How could that be possible? Second elder and third elder grew afraid and didn't dare to advance. Song Qiuzi retreated to one side as well. It was fine if he didn't touch Han Yunxi, but let Long Fei and Li Kenshin fight to the death. Then he'd lure the heretical sword sect disciples over and seize the throne. Although Long Fei's internal energy had improved greatly, he shouldn't emerge until tomorrow. Otherwise, Granny Yu and Han Yunxi wouldn't have risked their lives to guard the stone door. Song Qiuzi looked up as a cold smile flitted past his eyes. Long Fei must be seriously injured. Let's fight. Let master and disciple fight it out. Long Fei blew a sharp whistle to attract the loyal disciples of the various factions at the foot of Celestial Mountain. Then he and the old man in Kenzo began to fight. The two experts faced off in the air, stirring up winds and clouds as the skies changed color. Everyone could sense the power of the two treasured swords. Whether it was the old man in Kenzo or Long Fei, each blow was earth-shattering and imposing. At first, some people thought Long Fei was overestimating himself and would lose. But after a few moves, Long Fei wasn't defeated. Instead, he was evenly matched with Kenzo. Sword-ons flashed in the air as the two figures flickered in and out of view like dragons and tigers. The young disciples were so engrossed in the fight that they forgot it was a battle for revenge. All they could see was Long Fei Yi. This man was as dazzling as the sun, moon, and stars. Song Qiuying and Duan Muyao stared blankly as well, forgetting everything else around them. Soon, several young disciples rushed up. According to the sect's rules, disciples of the branch factions weren't allowed to go up Celestial Mountain. But Long Fei Yi's whistle alerted them to the situation at the top of the mountain. No matter what, they had to rush up. When they arrived and saw Long Fei Yi and the sect leader fighting, they were all frightened. They didn't know what was going on. Quick, protect the princess consort. Someone quickly stepped forward. It was a guard at the top of the mountain. One person stepped forward bravely, and the others behind him all followed suit. They had all seen everything with their own eyes. They were indignant, but they were still afraid of the sect leader's authority and couldn't help. Now that Long Fei Yi was here, they threw caution to the wind. There would always be someone who could see what was right and what was wrong. A few disciples hastily escorted Han Yunxi to the abstinence hall. Long Fei had been distracted by the fight and glanced over, giving the sword sect master the chance to hack down with his sword. Long Fei blocked the blow with his own. After exchanging a few blows, master and disciple finally stopped and faced each other. "Do you want to let Song Qiuzi off so easily?" Kenzo asked in a low voice. "He's the second one," Long Fei said. Kenzo suppressed his anger and said, "You came out of closed-door cultivation early, so you're already injured. You can't beat this Grandmaster. Unless your lordship dies, Han Yunxi can't die." Long Fei Yi was no fool. He knew that Song Qiuzi would benefit if they kept fighting. But he had to keep fighting. He had to kill Kenzo first. It wasn't that he was heartless or cruel, but that Han Yunxi had no way to live as long as Kenzo didn't die. "Do you really want her to live?" Kenzo asked word by word. "Do I have a second choice?" Long Fei Yi retorted. Kenzo didn't hesitate.
"No.
"As long as your master is alive, I won't let you take the wrong path." The sword sect master abruptly exerted strength, forcing Long Fei out of the way. He was indeed injured, but he could hold on. Once again, master and disciple were locked in a fierce battle. Everyone was watching their every move. Granny Yu furrowed her brows anxiously, but didn't know what to do. Long Fei Yi and Kenzo's battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights without a clear winner. Tomorrow was Tianshan Kenzo's grand meeting and Kenzo ranking matches, but no one remembered. Everyone was focused on the master and disciple duo. No matter who won, Tianshan Kenzo was about to face a huge change. Song Qiuzi was already making preparations. Granny Yu hesitated for a long time before sneaking away when no one was looking. She didn't go far, but entered another secret room through a tunnel that led to Han Yunxi's abstinence hall. As soon as she appeared, the disciples grew alarmed and guarded Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi was lying on the bed. Over the past 3 days, she had absorbed plenty of true qi and taken plenty of wondrous medicines. Although she hadn't woken up, her complexion had recovered considerably. "Auntie Yu dash," the leader of the disciples was about to speak, when Auntie Yu cut him off coldly. "Let me see Han Yunxi. Momo has something to say." "Welcome to Momo's Weibo account. I am Momo. We'll be waiting for you." Chapter 738. As soon as Granny Yu said she wanted to see Han Yunxi, everyone grew even more guarded. Su Donglin, who had just woken up last night, immediately rolled off his bed and rushed over. "Granny Yu, I never expected you to be such a despicable person." "Humph, we were all wrong about you. If you want Han Yunxi to recover faster, then get out of the way," Granny Yu said bluntly. She didn't regret helping Han Yunxi, nor did she regret joining forces with Song Qiuzi to attack her. Both were things she should have done. Now she wanted to do the same thing for the sake of celestial mountain. You're trying to harm my mistress, aren't you? Who'd believe your lies? Su Donglin gave a cold snort. Granny Yu's face sank. She was about to attack when Su Donglin cried out, Granny Yu, you took advantage of His Highness Duke of Qin's duel with that old wretch Kenzo to ambush us. What kind of hero are you? Impudence. Granny Yu snapped. If you insult the sect leader again, don't blame this old woman for being impolite. Insult? How would I dare? What if that old wretch Kenzo gets angry and summons all 4 elders to gang up on me? Then I'll be dead for sure. Su Donglin feigned fear, but his words were full of sarcasm. As he stalled for time with Granny Yu, he shot glances at the people around him, telling them to inform His Highness, Duke of Qin. Unfortunately, Granny Yu's eyes were sharp enough to see the man about to leave. She immediately struck out with her palm to block his path. Fei and the sect leader are fighting fiercely. Song Qiuzi will be the fisherman who benefits. None of you should think of living. Granny Yu's face was stern, her voice cold enough to intimidate the crowd. Song Qiuzi was the one who started this from the start. Your true enemy should be him. Everyone exchanged glances at her words. Although they all resented Kenzo, Granny Yu was right. Their true enemy was Song Qiuzi. His Highness, Duke of Qin's current strength was equal to Kenzo's. If the two of them kept fighting, both sides would suffer. In the end, Song Qiuzi would be the one to take advantage of the situation. Su Donglin looked at his brothers and hesitated a bit before asking, This has nothing to do with the Princess Consort. The Princess Consort is already unconscious, so she can't persuade His Highness. I can wake her up immediately. She's the only one who can persuade Fei now. Granny Yu's tone was heavy. Why should we believe you? Su Donglin was still on guard. Granny Yu was enraged. I can take all of your lives right now, including her. If I really wanted to kill her, why would I waste so much time talking to you? Su Donglin was speechless. The dozen or so brothers exchanged hesitant glances. Even though Granny Yu wasn't wrong, this responsibility was too great, and none of them could bear it. Unexpectedly, Granny Yu took advantage of their inattention to flash forward, her figure like the wind as she shuttled through the crowd. By the time everyone recovered their senses, she was already sitting on the bed and supporting the unconscious Han Yunqi. Granny Yu. Su Donglin was stunned. Close the door, and everyone retreat to one side. Put your hands behind your heads and squat down. Granny Yu warned Ice. Otherwise, I'll kill her right now. Granny Yu's hand really did wrap around Han Yunqi's neck. Everyone present was frightened and did as Granny Yu said, especially Su Donglin, who crouched down with his head in his hands and shouted, Auntie Yu, if you want to kill someone, kill me first. Granny Yu had had enough of these people. She stabilized Han Yunqi with one hand and channeled her true energy into Han Yunqi's body with the other. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Granny Yu really was here to save esteemed Wang Fei. They had thought that Granny Yu only wanted to transfer some true energy to esteemed Wang Fei, but who knew that she would transfer a full 50% of her true energy. In just a short while, her face had turned completely white. Although esteemed Wang Fei didn't wake up, her complexion was rosy. After all, Granny Yu was a 6th-grade Nirvana expert. Receiving 50% of her true energy was enough to heal esteemed Wang Fei's internal injuries. However, losing 50% of her true energy was a huge blow to Granny Yu's vitality. Everyone was shocked. Su Donglin couldn't believe it. He rushed to the bed and saw clearly that Granny Yu had really done it. Granny Yu, with 50% of her true energy gone, Granny Yu seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Her entire person looked weak and pale, completely aged. She no longer had the vigor of a martial artist. As she took Han Yunqi's pulse, she asked, Do you believe me now? Even if you save esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness Duke of Qin will never forgive you. Su Donglin just couldn't swallow the anger in his heart. This old one doesn't expect him to forgive me. This old one just doesn't want Celestial Mountain's centuries-old foundation to be destroyed just like this. Granny Yu is perhaps the calmest person here. Even if it's destroyed, it'll be your own fault. Su Donglin said inwardly. After all, esteemed Wang Fei was in Granny Yu's hands, so he didn't dare to provoke her. Granny Yu laid Han Yunqi down on the bed and personally watched over her. Han Yunqi's internal injuries were severe, but Long Fei Yi had already used his true energy to protect her life vein. Now that she had used 50% of her true energy, it was enough to completely heal Han Yunqi's internal injuries. Han Yunqi's injuries were different from Duanmu Yao's. They weren't fatal, and as long as she was willing to use her true energy, she could recover in a short time. Judging from her pulse, although her body was still very weak, it was no longer a problem. After being unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights, it was about time for her to wake up. Unexpectedly, Granny Yu waited for a long time, but Han Yunqi didn't wake up. Granny Yu was shocked. How can this be? Her pulse is normal. Su Donglin was scared. What did you do to esteemed Wang Fei Yu? Before he could finish, Granny Yu pushed him away. She pulled Han Yunqi's hands to her own and continued to channel true energy into Han Yunqi's body. Su Donglin saw with his own eyes that Granny Yu didn't do anything other than channel true energy. But why wasn't esteemed Wang Fei waking up? There was no reason for her to not wake up. Granny Yu quickly used up another 20% of her true energy, but Han Yunqi still didn't move. Everyone gathered around. Apprehension, unease, fear, shock, suspicion, all sorts of emotions filled their hearts. Everyone ignored Granny Yu's condition, and Granny Yu ignored herself. Suddenly, she pulled her hands back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, she had grabbed the edge of the bed in time, or she would have fallen down. She only had 10% of her true energy left. If this went on, she would lose her life. But Han Yunqi still didn't wake up. Granny Yu couldn't believe it. She tried to ignore the darkness in front of her and pulled Han Yunqi's hands again. Su Donglin slapped her hands away. Enough, you'll die. This old woman can die, but she has to wake up. Granny Yu didn't even have the strength to speak. If she doesn't wake up, Celestial Mountain will be finished. Granny Yu's stern voice finally revealed traces of sorrow and grief. Although she didn't want to admit it, she regretted not stopping the sect master and provoking Fei into such a state. Master and disciple had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. She hadn't slept or eaten for 3 days and 3 nights, too. She had no idea how she was going to end things now. Even if Han Yunqi managed to coax Long Fei Yi to stop, what would happen next? What was she supposed to do next? Han Yunqi's status, Long Fei Yi's temper, and the sect master's stubbornness were things that couldn't be changed. Celestial Mountain and the poison sect could never coexist. Thinking up to here, Granny Yu's heart filled with sorrow, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Su Donglin suddenly cried out, "Esteemed Wang Fei's moving. Esteemed Wang Fei's eyes are moving." Granny Yu quickly looked over and saw Han Yunqi's eyelashes fluttering despite her closed eyes. Her eyeballs were moving as if she would open them at any moment. Everyone stared nervously, their breaths careful. Han Yunqi hadn't really been unconscious for the past 3 days, but had been in the poison storage space the entire time. She had already successfully broken through to rank 2. It was because of Lil Thing's recovery that she was able to break through the final shackles and ascend to the second order. Now, as long as she detects any poison that threatens her, she can directly store it into her poison storage space for her own use. Not only did she have the space, but she also had a detox system that could automatically detect poisons. Like this, no poison would be able to hurt her. It was only at rank 2 that she fully understood Lil Thing's poison beast. The white wolf wasn't Lil Thing's true form, but the goose shoe. In other words, Lil Thing would only revert to its original form when it was injured or weak. The goose shoe was undying, but it could be injured. The white wolf was the goose shoe's transformation, undying and invulnerable. Lil Thing could actually revert to its true form at any time and escape the poison sect's sinkhole, but it had been guarding the poison sect all this time, waiting for its master to return. Only when she entered the sinkhole did Lil Thing revert to its true form and sneak out of her medical pouch. If Lil Thing hadn't reverted to its true form, it would have been impossible for her to obtain the poison beast's blood. Once the blood was taken, Lil Thing's vitality would be greatly damaged, and it would remain in its squirrel form. Because Lil Thing had recognized her as its master and entered her poison storage space to cultivate, she was also cultivating with Lil Thing. Once she reached rank 2, Lil Thing would be able to understand her completely. Once she reached rank 3, she would be able to communicate with Lil Thing through their hearts and minds. Bit by bit, Han Yunxi's consciousness returned. Information about the poison storage space and the poison beast gradually receded as her memories returned. She remembered her own situation and Long Fei Ye's towering rage. Long Fei Yi. Suddenly, she cried out in surprise and sat up abruptly. She was finally awake. The tearing pain from the wound in her abdomen woke her up even more. She didn't see Long Fei Yi, only Su Donglin and the others surrounding her tightly. Granny Yu's lips were pursed, and her face was pale as she smiled at her. "You girl, you're finally awake." Granny Yu almost cried tears of joy, her deep eyes wet. "You?" Han Yunxi was confused. "Where's Long Fei Yi?" As soon as she spoke, there was a sudden rumble as the door to the room was smashed open by a powerful force. Elder Kenzo's voice came from outside. "Han Yunxi, hurry and hand over the antidote." "Antidote? How many days have I been unconscious?" Han Yunxi hastily asked. Chapter 739. Things went like this. While the Kenzo old man and Long Fei Yi were locked in a fierce battle, a few attendants suddenly rushed down from the skies, shouting that Duanmu Yao's poison had flared up. Over the course of 3 days, rose vines had covered Duanmu Yao's entire body. Currently, the vines were beginning to bloom with flowers. Without an antidote, Duanmu Yao would die today. The sword sect master took the full brunt of Long Fei's sword chi before turning to head for Abstinence Hall. His sword chi burst open the door to the room. Long Fei Yi wouldn't allow him to disturb Han Yunxi any longer. He immediately chased after him, but Long Fei Yi kept the Kenzo old man busy. All he could do was keep fighting, but he was impatient. If Yao Yao died, there would be no trace of that woman left in this world. He wouldn't allow it. Because he was distracted, the Kenzo old man was defeated again and again. Soon, Long Fei Yi had the upper hand. Song Chiozi watched from the sidelines, both shocked and delighted by Long Fei Yi's internal energy. Long Fei Yi was already injured and wouldn't last long. As long as Li Kenshin lost, no one on Celestial Mountain would be able to stop him. 3 days. Duanmu Yao's poison must have flared up. Granny Yu replied hastily. Han Yunxi could coax Long Fei Yi, but Duanmu Yao's death was enough to force the sect leader to yield. This was a perfect chance. Han Yunxi, this is a chance to reconcile. Hurry and persuade them to stop fighting. Granny Yu pressed down on Han Yunxi's hand in agitation. Han Yunxi wasn't in a rush, but shook off Granny Yu's hand. Reconcile? On what basis? She and Lil Thing were hurt so badly, but now they wanted to reconcile because of Duanmu Yao? On what basis? Don't you know that Song Chiozi has been waiting for this day? If they keep fighting, Celestial Mountain will be destroyed. Granny Yu raged. What does Celestial Mountain's destruction have to do with the remnants of my poison sect? Han Yunxi coldly asked. You? Granny Yu was so angry that her blood rushed to her head. She hurriedly turned her head away and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Han Yunxi didn't know what had happened to Granny Yu, but Su Donglin calmly said, esteemed Wang Fei, Granny Yu used her true qi to heal you. It was only now that Han Yunxi understood why her injuries were so severe, but she did not feel like her vitality had been damaged. So it was because Granny Yu had saved her. However, even if Granny Yu saved her, it could not quell the anger in her heart, nor could it forgive Tianshan Kenzo for his crimes. Coldly, she said, if you're saving me for the sake of reconciliation, there's no need for that. I'll return your true energy to you. Granny Yu shook her head repeatedly. Han Yunxi, the destruction of Sky Mountain has nothing to do with you, but the destruction of Sky Mountain means the destruction of Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi was about to retort when Granny Yu added coldly, Han Yunxi, have you thought about the consequences once word of your poison sect identity gets out of the mountain? How much trouble will Long Fei Yi face then? Moreover, once both master and disciple are injured and Song Qiuzi takes control of Sky Mountain, will the two of you still be able to leave? Han Yunxi suddenly calmed down and looked at Granny Yu without a word. She had long thought of the consequences of exposing the poison sect's secrets. She also understood that Song Qiuzi would reap the benefits as a fisherman. Han Yunxi, the sect leader wants you dead not only for the sake of justice, but for Fei's sake. Granny Yu said earnestly. Abruptly, the roof of Abstinence Hall was lifted up by a gust of sword qi, sending old Kenzo crashing to the ground with Long Fei Yi in tow. Everyone in the room was shocked. However, the two figures only flashed past and quickly flew up into the sky again. Han Yunxi, Long Fei Yi can offend the world for your sake. Can't you swallow your anger for his sake? Han Yunxi, you're someone who knows when to advance and retreat. Do you really want to see Long Fei Yi betray his friends and family? Han Yunxi, do you really want to bear the infamy of being a calamity? Granny Yu asked angrily. Han Yunxi prepared to leave the bed without a word, but felt dizzy as soon as her feet touched the ground. This kind of dizziness was completely different from the dizziness caused by the detoxification space's advancement. This kind of dizziness was because her body was too weak. Even though Granny Yu's true energy had healed her internal injuries, she was still very weak after being unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. She gripped Granny Yu's shoulders and stopped. Granny Yu did not speak, only frowning as she looked at her. Everyone else was silent as well, waiting for her. Everyone was like her, unable to swallow their anger. But the truth was the truth, and they had to face it. The big picture was the big picture, and they had to prioritize it. In one's life, there were always too many concerns and fetters. How many people could truly live their lives as they pleased, and repay their debts of gratitude and revenge as they pleased? Han Yunxi was such a free and easy woman. Would she be able to do as she pleased? She paused for a moment, then asked with a cold smile, Granny Yu, do you know what justice is? Looking at Han Yunxi's scrutinizing gaze and recalling the events of 3 days ago, Granny Yu did not know how to answer. All fights, all injuries, all killings are unjust. All fights over victory and defeat are unjust. But winning is justice. Only by winning can one have the capital to uphold true justice, to carry out true justice. All justice is trampled on injustice. Han Yunxi replied word by word, Granny Yu, I'm not going there to reconcile. That's because Li Kenshin has already lost. Also, Long Fei Yi will not offend anyone in the world. That's because one day, he will conquer Cloud Realm and everyone in the world. Even if everyone betrays him, I will still accompany him. Han Yunxi finished speaking, then resolutely let go and strode away. Her back was very thin, but it was straight and tough, as if it would never fall. Granny Yu watched in a daze until Han Yunxi's figure disappeared through the door. She had seen countless people in her life. Those who could come to Celestial Mountain to learn from their masters were all dragons and phoenixes among men. But she had never seen a woman like Han Yunxi. This kind of woman was so weak, yet so powerful that she inspired reverence. This kind of woman came from the secular world, yet she was far above it. This kind of woman was unattainable. As soon as Han Yunxi stepped out, she saw Long Fei Yi and Li Kenshin fighting in the air. On the side, several attendants from the Celestial Peak were shouting nonstop, reporting Duanmu Yao's situation to Li Kenshin. Duanmu Yao was currently in the Celestial Peak, living a life worse than death. Once the rose vines bloomed, all the vines would begin to bind the body. That kind of pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Li Kenshin, I can give you the antidote. Han Yunxi shouted. Long Fei Yi immediately withdrew his hand and turned to fly over from Han Yunxi. Kenshin immediately sheathed his sword and chased after him. Long Fei Yi landed and hugged Han Yunxi, wanting nothing more than to hold her in his arms. But in the end, he held himself back. He examined her from head to toe. Where does it hurt? Where does it hurt?
Tell me.
Han Yunxi was actually very uncomfortable. Her entire body was in pain, but no matter how uncomfortable it was, it couldn't compare to the pain in her heart. I'm fine. She looked at Long Fei Yi and wanted to cry, but still managed to smile. I'm awake, so I won't die. It's fine. Long Fei Yi didn't believe her, and took her hand to check her pulse. At this moment, Granny Yu walked out. Her internal injuries are all healed. Fei, the debt between you and your master can be settled later. We can't let certain people get away with it. Seeing Granny Yu's complexion and Han Yunxi's steady pulse, Long Fei Yi knew what was going on. But so what? Coldly, he asked Granny Yu, what did you promise your lordship back then? Did Han Yunxi take half a step out of the abstinence hall? Since she'd promised, she had to do it. So, what if Han Yunxi's identity as a descendant of the poison sect was exposed? Granny Yu should at least wait for him to come out before she could distinguish right from wrong. Granny Yu lowered her head, speechless. Han Yunxi, hand over the antidote right now. Kenzo chased after her. Long Fei Yi immediately pulled Han Yunxi behind him. Don't even think about it. Duanmu Yao deserves to die even more. Kenzo was so anxious that his face had turned white. He ignored Long Fei Yi and said coldly, Han Yunxi, what will it take for you to hand over the antidote? Hearing this, Granny Yu sighed inwardly. Han Yunxi was right. Li Kenshin had already lost. Han Yunxi was about to reply when she caught sight of Long Fei Yi's back covered in red blood. She backed away in shock, only to suck in a cold breath as she fell into a daze. Long Fei Yi's pure white robes had long been stained red with blood. Just what happened to his back? Han Yunxi covered her mouth with one hand and carefully touched his back with the other. Long Fei Yi immediately moved away. It's nothing, it's just that. Before he could explain, Han Yunxi warned him, don't move. Long Fei Yi still turned around. It's just a small injury, it's nothing. Don't move. Han Yunxi was very fierce. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she turned Long Fei Yi's body. Long Fei Yi lowered his eyes, not daring to move anymore. Kenzo was anxious. Han Yunxi, what will it take for you to hand over the antidote? Yao Yao can't hold on much longer. Hurry and tell me. Shut up. Han Yunxi angrily rebuked. Kenzo was slightly startled, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. This sovereign will agree to whatever conditions you want. Let's get the antidote first. Yao Yao, if you say any more nonsense, this princess consort will guarantee that even the gods won't be able to save her. If you don't believe me, you can try. Han Yunxi glared at Kenzo. Kenzo swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. The entire place was silent. It was so quiet that Han Yunxi could almost hear her own heartbeat. It was very, very fast. Through the thin, blood-red undershirt, she gently touched Long Fei's back. Soon she felt the scars. She pulled Long Fei's belt open and ruthlessly took off his undershirt from his back. In that instant, all of the scars were displayed in front of her. For the past month, the scars from the whip had crisscrossed all over his strong and straight back. There were so many scars that she couldn't even count how many there were. These scars hadn't formed yet and were all badly mutilated. It could be said that there wasn't an intact skin. Han Yunxi's hand froze in midair. She didn't dare to touch him. She tightly pursed her lips and asked in a choked voice, "Long Fei, does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt," Long Fei said indifferently. He wanted to put on his undershirt, but Han Yunxi pulled him back. It hurts so much." As soon as she finished speaking, her tears burst out of her eyes and blurred her vision. How could this be? How could he be injured so badly? She could see that those were the scars of the whip. She knew that he had inflicted them on himself. What exactly did he go through in the secret room? For the past month, they were only separated by a wall, but she didn't know anything. "Long Fei, you lied to me." Chapter 740. As she looked at Long Fei's mangled back, Han Yunxi's heart clenched in pain. He said that he was only in closed-door cultivation, so why did he hurt himself to this extent? What kind of martial arts was he practicing in this past month? "Long Fei, you lied to me. You dared to lie to me. What have you been doing this past month?" Han Yunxi didn't dare to speak. Her tears silently flowed, afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself, and burst into tears the moment she opened her mouth. Long Fei turned around and looked at the sobbing Han Yunxi. His brows furrowed tightly. If she was crying because of any other matter, he would let her cry until she was satisfied. However, she was crying because of him, so he really didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to persuade her. He didn't know how to coax her. "Han Yunxi, you're making this prince's heart a mess." He continuously wiped away her tears. "I really was practicing martial arts. I wasn't lying to you. How did you get injured to this extent?" Han Yunxi asked angrily. "If you're impatient for success, you must pay the price." Long Fei looked at her meaningfully. "Time was too tight. You came out of closed-door cultivation a day early. Are you alright?" Han Yunxi asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Long Fei lovingly stroked her bangs and said in a low voice, "Does it look like something's wrong with this prince?" He really didn't look like something was wrong with him. Moreover, he fought with the Kenzo elder for 3 days and 3 nights, yet he was still fine. In the end, Han Yunxi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. In her heart, the most important thing right now was to treat Long Fei's wounds and apply medicine. She never thought that Long Fei would sincerely deceive her. It had already happened, so what was the point of asking so much? It was just a waste of time.
"Sit down."
"I'll help you apply medicine." She was still very fierce. Upon hearing this, the Kenzo elder became anxious. Yao Yao's life was hanging by a thread, and she was about to die from the poison. Was Han Yunxi going to save her, or not? "Han Yunxi, what will it take for you to hand over the antidote? Tell me. This old man will promise you everything." Kenzo is going crazy. Han Yunxi pretended not to hear him. She knelt behind Long Fei and took out a small pair of tweezers, cotton swabs, gauze, and medicine. The old man in Kenzo was furious and grabbed Han Yunxi's hand. "Let her go." Long Fei Yu was about to make a move when Han Yunxi stopped him. Cold, she said. Li Kenshin, if you want the antidote, let Duanmu Yao ask for it herself. After she finished speaking, she flung the Kenzo's hand away and carefully applied medicine on Long Fei Yi. She was not afraid that he would feel pain, but she was afraid that he would bleed too much. Every movement was very careful and slow. In her eyes, nothing was more important than Long Fei Yi's injury. At this time, Kenzo no longer cared about anything and hurriedly ordered someone to bring Duanmu Yao over. In the empty hall, Duanmu Yao's hair was disheveled, and her clothes were torn in several places. She was in so much pain that she rolled on the floor. She wanted to harm herself several times, but in the end, she could not bring herself to do it. Now, she had lost all her strength and was lying limp on the floor, waiting for news from the attendants. She had already sent the attendants to inform her master. She believed that her master would be able to save her. No matter what, her master would not watch her die without doing anything. The rose vines wrapped tightly around her body, squeezing her bones and organs. There was no place on her body that did not hurt. This was not the worst. The scariest thing was that the rose vines kept sprouting roses. She could clearly feel the flowers greedily drinking her blood, and they were getting faster and faster. The flowers were blooming, and her blood was gushing. It felt as if there were several holes in her body, and her blood would gush out at any moment, leaving not a single drop behind. She was afraid. She didn't want to die, much less die so tragically. When she saw the attendants enter, she was overjoyed. How was it? Did Master win? Did he get the antidote? No, Han Yunxi wants you to leave. Master sent us to fetch you, the attendants replied truthfully. Han Yunxi. Duanmu Yao muttered. Duanmu Yao muttered to herself. No matter how stupid she was, she could guess that things weren't that simple. She regretted not asking Jun Xie for the antidote.
Why? Why?
If she had the antidote, everything would be different. By the time Duanmu Yao arrived, Han Yunxi had already finished treating Long Fei Yi's injuries. She had helped him put on his clothes and was earnestly helping him tie his belt. Duanmu Yao felt as if needles had pierced her eyes when she saw this scene from afar. It was extremely piercing. A maid helped her to the Kenzo's side. As soon as she stood up, Duanmu Yao slumped to the ground. She didn't say a word, but quietly sobbed. The Kenzo's old man hurriedly knelt down and took Duanmu Yao's hand. Several roses had bloomed on the back of her hand and arm, and the color was gradually turning bright red. Master. Duanmu Yao choked out. Master, Yao Yao is in so much pain. Master, please save Yao Yao. Master, Yao Yao is scared, so scared. Master, Yao Yao isn't scared of dying. Yao Yao is just scared that if Yao Yao dies, there won't be anyone to accompany you. Sob sob. The Kenzo's old man had been somewhat calm, but when he heard this, his heart shattered. He roared at Han Yunxi. Where's the antidote? Are you going to give it to me, or not? The antidote can be discussed. Han Yunxi first made her stance clear, then said coldly, but this poison can't be treated without knowing the cause. Who was the one who poisoned me? Tell me first. This is a matter of life and death. If you have anything to say, save Yao Yao first. The Kenzo's tone was practically commanding. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi didn't buy it. She wasn't a 3-year-old child who could be easily coaxed. The antidote was in her hands, and Duanmu Yao's life was in her hands. Right now, they were the ones begging her. Did this pair of master and disciple look like they were begging? If you're begging, you should act like you're begging. She didn't want to take advantage of the situation, but there were a few debts that needed to be settled. Let's discuss this before saving Yao Yao. Han Yunqi said coldly. Save Yao Yao first. The poison is about to act up. Han Yunqi, if anything happens to Yao Yao, don't even think about taking half a step out of Celestial Mountain. The Kenzo's old man was anxious and angry. If you keep arguing and something bad happens to her, this Wang Fei won't take responsibility. Han Yunqi was the one who gave her a warning. You. The Kenzo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. No one had ever dared to disobey him to this extent. Han Yunqi was definitely the first. Despite the Kenzo's glare, Han Yunqi crossed her arms and stood there calmly. Long Fei stood behind her, his face as cold as ice, his hand still gripping his sword. The Kenzo's old man glanced at him. He knew that he had no choice but to take a step back. Yao Yao, what's going on with this poison? He asked coldly. How could Duanmu Yao be willing to admit it? She curled up into a ball and sobbed. The more she sobbed, the louder her sobs became. That pitiful appearance made people who didn't know better think that she was being bullied. Suddenly, blood spurted out from the rose on the back of her hand. That was the first rose to bloom. Ah! Duanmu Yao was frightened. Shifu, save me.
Shifu.
Sob, sob. She grabbed the Kenzo's leg. The Kenzo's old man lost all patience and kicked her away, roaring. Who poisoned you? You're still not going to tell me? I poisoned you. Sob, sob. I poisoned you with the rose vine. Shifu, save me. Yao Yao doesn't want to die. Sob, sob. Shifu, save Yao Yao. Duanmu Yao wailed. She was truly afraid. She admitted it. Where's the antidote? The Kenzo's old man asked Han Yunqi angrily. Han Yunqi ignored him and asked coldly. In the past month, poison has appeared in Celestial Mountain. The disciples of the Hidden Sword and Scripture Pavilions were poisoned for no reason. What's going on? It's me. It's me. It's all me, sob, sob. Duanmu Yao had no choice but to admit it. Afterwards, she hugged the Kenzo's leg and begged with all her might. Shifu, I'm begging you, save Yao Yao. Her 2 crimes had been exposed, harming both others and herself. The Kenzo's master had lost all face. Many onlookers had gathered around them and were already in an uproar, especially the disciples of the Hidden Sword and Scripture Pavilions. All of them were seething with rage. Song Chiozi had already been surrounded by the 2 elders of the Hidden Sword and Scripture Pavilions as the 3 of them began to argue. At this moment, Duanmu Yao's rose on her other hand was spitting out blood as well. The back of her hand had split open. Shifu, she shrieked, sobbing incessantly. Shifu, save me. Save me. Where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Han Yunqi, are you satisfied? The Kenzo's entire being had turned sinister and malicious. Not satisfied. Han Yunqi got straight to the point. Duanmu Yao, did you kidnap Grand Concubine Yi on your own? Or... Before she could finish, blood sprayed from Duanmu Yao's shoulder. Startled, Duanmu Yao cried out, There's Song Chiozi too. He and I did it together. At her words, all the chatter around them stopped. Song Chiozi and the 2 depositories elders stopped arguing as well. Everyone looked over. What did Duanmu Yao say just then? Duanmu Yao threw herself at Han Yunxi's feet, wailing incessantly. Han Yunxi, I'm begging you, give me the antidote. Song Qiuzi and I did it together. Everything that happened this month was planned by Song Qiuzi and I. I've already told you everything, so give me the antidote. Let me go. Sob sob. Finally, Duanmu Yao looked like she was begging for help. But Han Yunxi remained unmoved. She allowed her to beg with snot and tears streaming down her face as she looked down on her lofty self. By now, Elder Kenzo had stopped looking at Duanmu Yao and was looking cold at Han Yunxi, his brows twitching with rage. The disciple he doted on for so many years had been humiliated to this extent by Han Yunxi. He'd worked so hard to maintain peace and suppress the truth, but Han Yunxi had exposed everything in front of everyone. Killing intent flashed from his eyes. If he'd been forced to kill her before, now he really wanted to kill her. Han Yunxi, you're simply... Granny Yu was about to coax her when Long Fei thrust his sword in front of her face. Granny Yu was about to lose her mind. She never expected Han Yunxi to incite conflict instead of making peace. This woman is nothing but a source of calamity. Han Yunxi, this senior will ask you one last time. Will you give me the antidote or not? Elder Kenzo asked word by word. He'd already reached his bottom line. Li Kenshin, I'll only ask you once. Should we save someone like this? Han Yunxi retorted cold. Chapter 741. Han Yunxi was openly challenging the Kenzo Elder's bottom line. If Duanmu Yao really died, then the Kenzo Elder and Long Fei, you would have to fight it out. On the sidelines, Song Qiuzi had no time to worry about second and third Elder's accusations or his ruined reputation. All he wanted was for Duanmu Yao to die as soon as possible. Once Duanmu Yao died, Celestial Mountain's internal strife would come to an end, and he'd win. The old Kenzo Elder was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. He glared at Han Yunxi with killing intent. Han Yunxi. Granny Yu roared angrily as she swatted away Long Fei's sword. But soon enough, Long Fei's blade was pressed against her throat, making it impossible for her to move or speak. Han Yunxi was still fearless. She looked around at the crowd and asked loudly, "Tell me, should we save her?" Silence fell over the crowd. No one dared to say no, but no one wanted to say yes either. No one expected Duanmu Yao's fairy-like beauty to be such a venomous snake and scorpion. She was such a hypocrite, especially the male disciples. Their beautiful impressions of Duanmu Yao were instantly destroyed. Song Qiuying's lips curved into a cold smile. Although her father's reputation was ruined, Duanmu Yao's was enough to make her happy for days. As long as Duanmu Yao died, she'd be the #1 female disciple of Celestial Mountain. Duanmu Yao lay sprawled at Han Yunxi's feet, bleeding from multiple spots on her body. At this critical juncture, she was sobbing so hard that she'd lost all reason. Kenzo Elder's sharp eyes were now half-clouded. Killing intent pulsed from his sword, but before he could swing it at Han Yunxi, Duanmu Yao suddenly shouted, "I'm innocent." Master, senior brother. Han Yunshi, I'm innocent. Sub. I'm innocent. Song Chiozi forced me to do everything. He forced me to do this. I didn't think too much about it either. Song Chiozi was worried that senior brother would fight for the position of sect leader, so he's been forcing me to collude with him all these years. Duanmu Yao tugged at the hem of Han Yunshi's robes and begged bitterly. Han Yunshi, it was all Song Chiozi who forced me. He humiliated me, so I threatened to expose the truth if I didn't work with him. He wanted to ruin my reputation. Han Yunshi, believe me. Han Yunshi, I've told you everything. Please believe me. Everyone fell silent in an instant. The entire commandment yard and the entire Mount Tianshan fell silent. No one expected things to turn out this way, much less Duanmu Yao and Song Chiozi being so shameless. Han Yunshi was stunned as well. She only wanted to force Duanmu Yao to reveal more inside information, but never expected her and Song Chiozi to be so filthy. By now, the silence had reached its breaking point. No one could find Song Chiozi anywhere, so they all looked towards Song Chioying. Disdain, ridicule, and loathing filled Song Chioying's face. Her mind was blank. She had never imagined that her father would do such a despicable thing. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Muffling her mouth, she shoved aside the people next to her and fled. Song Chiozi froze in place until he saw Song Chioying run off in tears. Then he recovered his wits. Although he'd been using this to threaten Duanmu Yao, he'd never thought about spreading the news. Duanmu Yao, she's an absolute idiot. Does she think she can win Han Yunshi's sympathy with her words? What a joke. The killing intent emanating from Kenzo's sword suddenly vanished. His surroundings were quiet, but his entire being was as still as a statue. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Only his eyes grew murkier and murkier. Even his consciousness seemed to be slipping away. Han Yunshi finally took out the antidote from her medical pouch, but Long Fei grabbed her hand and murmured, "What are you doing?" Song Chiozi will be the happiest if she dies. We'll be in big trouble. Han Yunshi was very calm. She pried Long Fei's hand away and crouched down to feed Duanmu Yao the antidote. But it was then that a fierce sword chi flew towards them. Long Fei raised his sword and knocked it aside. Han Yunshi smoothly fed Duanmu Yao the antidote. Once Duanmu Yao was sure she'd taken the medicine, she relaxed and fainted. Han Yunshi rose to her feet and was about to speak to Kenzo when she noticed the strange look in his eyes. She was secretly alarmed. Old Kenzo's eyes are cloudy and his gaze is wandering. He seems to be unconscious. Could it be Han Yunshi was about to remind Long Fei when he pulled her behind him and pointed his sword in the direction of the sword chi? Song Chiozi, what's wrong? Are you too ashamed to show your face? He asked cold. Song Chiozi leapt out from behind a large boulder and roared, "That evil disciple Duanmu Yao. It's one thing for her to commit all sorts of evil deeds, but she's failed to live up to old man's expectations. Now she has the gall to slander the old man. The old man swears he won't rest until he kills her." What a high-sounding reason. Everyone present was smart. They only needed to think carefully to figure out what was going on. Neither of these two had threatened the other, but they were clearly colluding with each other, without any sense of shame. Duanmu Yao relied on the sect leader's doting love to make Song Chiozi yield to her. If she hadn't sought death herself, how could Song Chiozi threaten her? On the other hand, if Song Chiozi was upright, why would he fear crooked shadows? Why did Duanmu Yao have to slander him instead of anyone else? That was a consensual affair. Martial Uncle Song, you're quite lucky with women. Ha ha ha. One of the bolder men in the crowd spoke up. The silent crowd erupted into laughter. Song Chiozi's face alternated between white and red as he raged. Long Fei Yi, get out of the way. Otherwise, the old man will kill you too. But he'd hardly spoken when Kenzo suddenly picked up Duanmu Yao and flew towards the peak of Celestial Mountain. Sect leader, I won't accept this until we get to the bottom of this. Song Chiozi immediately chased after him. Long Fei Yi. Li Kenshin seems to have fallen ill, Han Yunshi murmured. Long Fei Yi picked her up and followed closely behind. By the time they arrived, Kenzo had already brought Duanmu Yao into the 9th floor of the palace. Song Chiozi forced the guards away and was about to break through the door when Long Fei Yi stabbed him with his sword, narrowly missing his hand. Song Chiozi immediately backed away while Long Fei Yi stood in front of the door. You dare to barge into the 9th floor of the palace? Are you planning to rebel? Song Chiozi really did harbor thoughts of rebellion. He'd already contacted the heretical sword sex people. But Li Kenshin and Long Fei Yi hadn't fought each other like he'd expected. Instead, he'd failed to reap the benefits of the fisherman's quarrel. He had no choice but to weigh the pros and cons. Under these circumstances, he didn't have a 100% chance of winning if he lured the heretical sword sex people here. Winning was the best outcome. But if he lost, he'd not only be infamy, but be banished from Tianshan Kenzo forever. It'd be hard for him to gain a foothold in the Wulian world. But if he didn't rebel now, he'd have even fewer chances in the future. Now that Duanmu Yao had exposed everything, it'd be hard for him to continue mingling around. While Song Chiozi hesitated, Long Fei Yi said, Song Chiozi, you don't need to be in such a rush to rebel. Our debts haven't been settled yet. Song Chiozi immediately backed away. Long Fei Yi, if you have the guts, how about we meet at the ranking matches? Long Fei Yi didn't want to agree, but Han Yunshi grabbed his hand and murmured, you need to rest. Long Fei Yi and old Kenzo had already fought for 3 days and 3 nights, so their energy was limited. Moreover, old Kenzo's condition was unclear. What if something else happened while Long Fei Yi and Song Chiozi were fighting?
Fine.
Just wait for your death. Long Fei Yi said. Song Chiozi's heart finally settled. Although the ranking matches were starting tomorrow, he still had half a day and 1 night to prepare. Although Long Fei Yi's internal energy was beyond his expectations, he was certain that Long Fei Yi must have suffered internal injuries after coming out of closed-door cultivation early. He and Li Kenshin had fought for 3 days and 3 nights, so he probably wouldn't last much longer. If he killed Long Fei Yi at the ranking matches, it would be perfectly justifiable, and he wouldn't have to take any responsibility. Moreover, he could show off his true strength to the Celestial Mountain disciples. Once Long Fei Yi died, Li Kenshin would have no one left to save. Then he could slowly settle accounts with Duanmu Yao and make her pay him back for his reputation. Hee, don't run off the mountain then. Song Chiozi gave a cold snort before turning to leave. As soon as he left, Granny Yu emerged from her hiding place. She only had 10% of her true chi left, so she'd forced herself to chase after Long Fei Yi to the peak. She'd seen Han Yunshi coax Long Fei Yi just then. Han Yunshi? Granny Yu sighed. This old woman thanks you for putting Celestial Mountain's interests first. Granny Yu, Celestial Mountain's interests have nothing to do with me anymore.
Han Yunshi said mildly.
I only wanted to tell the truth and clear my name of wrongdoings. I wanted to make sure all the conspiracies and filth had nowhere to hide, so the Celestial Mountain disciples could see clearly what's right and wrong. Granny Yu, this is justice. Granny Yu never expected the young Han Yunxi to say such things. Actually, they all understood these principles, but which one of them had succeeded after all these years? Even the most impartial abstinence courtyard had refused to deal with Duanmu Yao's collusion with 100 poisons sect out of fear of their sect leader. Granny Yu suddenly wished that this girl was a disciple of her own abstinence courtyard and Celestial Mountain. She'd long forgotten about the remnants of the poison sect. Some people's souls could always be independent and dazzling enough to make others forget their origins. Han Yunxi was such a person. Han Yunxi, no matter what, you still saved Duanmu Yao, Granny Yu said seriously. She hoped that Han Yunxi would show some mercy to Tianshan Kenzo and their sect leader. Unfortunately, Granny Yu was wrong. Han Yunxi was a woman who knew how to do righteous things, but she also knew how to repay favors and enmity as she pleased. She said, Granny Yu, sometimes living is torture. Compared to Tsang Qiuzi, Duanmu Yao's reputation had been ruined even more. She was already Tianshan Kenzo's disgrace and the laughingstock of Tianshan Kenzo. Living in Tianshan Kenzo was worse than death. Unfortunately, she'd already lost her status as Western Zhou's princess and lost all her martial arts. She couldn't go anywhere except Tianshan Kenzo. Granny Yu didn't know what to say, but she suddenly smiled. No one could ever learn from this girl's cleverness and carefreeness. They could only like her and envy her. After Granny Yu left, Long Fei glanced at Han Yunxi before kicking open the doors to his palace. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.